Okay, final try. You gotta tell me, does it sound good or does it still sound robotic? You gotta tell me, does it sound good or does it still sound robotic? I mean, it never sounds good because it's my voice, but I think we fixed the connection. All right, we're gonna have to power through it. I don't know. I don't know what we can do from here. Um, at some point, I'm gonna run out of time to open these. All right, so third time's the charm. We've got third time's the charm. We've got we've got Blood Omen packs here. We're gonna do a Street Fighter box next. This was a pretty big moment for UFS's history, and Street Fighter coming back to the game as an OG fighting game set was kind of a big deal. But first, we got to go through the Blood Omen set. Blood Omen is notable because it gives us the Fury keyword, it gives us the Charge keyword, which was really a Street Fighter flavor keyword, but they're traits, not abilities, so they don't really do anything. And then we also got Deadlock. Deadlock was codified. If you watched my last stream, the last video, we talked about how there was a lot of these abilities popping up that said if your rival has 10 or more foundations or more than 10, you got some really nice, usually turn long effect. And so we now see it codified as Deadlock in Blood Omen. We did start the pack openings a bit, so we're one pack in, but we only got through one card before we had to restart the stream. And that first card was Solomon's Teachings. Enhanced commit, change this attack speed to 3. This was a 2-4 plus 3 mid block, very solid card all around. Speed control wasn't going super duper crazy, and I think really these symbols were not super popular at the time. I do remember a lot of people were trying to make the all symbol work forever, and a lot of people were trying to make death a thing around this time. There was like some weird evil burn decks and like death burn decks. Very defensive stuff. So this was an important card, but it was usually like a 1 or a 2 of. I feel like today, you know, given the symbols it has, you would never be able to like touch a Rodan with stuff like this around. So this is just kind of shows you that speed control was powerful, but it wasn't the end all be all in this format. And while this definitely was a really powerful card because it can reset your own attack speed as well, numbers weren't going so super crazy that people were wanting to play a 2-4, especially on these symbols. There's a lot of really nice 4 checks, so it wasn't ubiquitous all over the format like I think it would be today. I think this card alone could carry entire symbols on it in today's world of just saying like you're not allowed to invest that much speed pump repeatedly, right? Enhanced commit every turn. I get this back. Next we have Callous Leader. So Callous Leader is a really funny one, and unfortunately my autofocus not great. All right, our commit flip. After your opponent adds any number of cards to their hand due to their effect, flip one of their foundations. I think you could actually get some play out of this today. I think people draw cards consistently enough that I'm thinking about playing the one that I get to seal a foundation because I get to do it every turn. This one also doesn't let you draw a card like that one does, but this was, they were trying to print some draw punishment that wasn't a cancel effect. And I think this one was just too overcosted to see played too often. Timing this when your opponent had relevant foundations was kind of a drag anyways. I actually played a fair amount of Balecore and his cards. And Balecore's whole thing was he would give -1 to checks repeatedly throughout the turn, and they would stack. So it was very much like stacking 1 speed over and over and over again. You know, -1 to a check the block, -1 to a check the block, but it did apply to multiple things. And then he would commit himself for 5 damage on one big attack. And Baelkor's support had a lot of foundation control in it, but flipping a foundation just didn't synergize enough with him, and it wasn't a big enough punishment for a commit flip cost to be relevant. This one is Phantom Driver. This one has Lily in the art. It has ranged and throw. Ooh. And this attack gets -1 difficulty for each card in your opponent's card pool. So 3 mid for 4 throw, no block, solid little attack, reliable little attack. The difficulty reduction is kind of neat. You see this in Shiva decks in Retro now. You don't see it too much anywhere else. Shiva clogs your card pool with 3 cards, and so this is always like a 1 diff attack, and then she can give it 4 damage. So as a 4-hander, having reliable damage is good for her. But a cheap throw wasn't as important as a damaging throw or a throw that impacted the board in some way. And so you didn't get too much mileage out of it at the time. Now we have Support Fire. Support Fire is a Miska card. I'll hold it up to focus, I guess. There you go. Ally Flash. If your opponent does not attempt to block this attack, they discard 1 card. So it's a continuous ability because it's a flash. Notice all the non-blocks. We're going to go through a lot of cards that don't block. Blocking has always been illegal, and yet it's the only thing that makes the game interesting. But Miska was a character who had like a sub-theme of ally attacks and relied on flashes, and this version did discard as well. So the original version had some really strong flash attacks and had powerful form abilities that would build ally cards. This version had abilities that would ready cards in your stage, make the rival commit cards on flash attacks, and make you discard cards in kind of an uninteractable way. But as you can imagine, she was pretty much devoid of stats. She had a 1 diff where you had to check a 4 to get +1 damage at response speed, which became relevant for better stat-giving flash characters later. Strength in numbers. Now, this card was a doozy. This one came out of the gate swinging. Ignore the art. But this one is a 2/5 no block. Again, another non-block card. Ally Foundation, semi-relevant later, not so much now. What's up, Sketch? But R commit, after you play an attack, change its zone. Solid, quality ability. But R remove, after you play an attack, it gets +1 damage for every 2 foundations in your opponent's stage. That's the text you gotta pay attention to. So this was a pseudo deadlock ability that, granted, did get power crept pretty quickly. But when it first debuted, there were air order decks and even void decks that were cooking up like 1 big attack, usually a reversal during the rival's turn, and it doesn't say ready foundations. So if you caught your opponent with a really big stage and they checked poorly over a big string, you could interrupt their kill string to hit them with a reversal, and it didn't need a bunch of speed because they were already committing cards and they were already clogging their own card pool. And so you would just remove this for +4, +5 damage, right? Imagine your rival builds to 10 pretty quickly. Deadlock is a brand new thing. It's not something people are really even worried about, or kind of like Blitz. People thought it was just kind of pointless and that the abilities weren't even good enough or relevant enough for a lot of games. Battle for Power, you have to remember, was making everyone play super fast race car decks. Battle for Power was a time frame where decks were quite literally not playing foundations and winning games. So this coming out to punish any of the wall decks, any of the slower decks that would counteract that, was popular at first because The Zero Foundation decks weren't quite winning events. They were getting pretty far, but they weren't winning. Usually, you still had to have some mix of a game plan, and this one was just flexible enough, I think, to see play immediately. But it did go away pretty quick. But I like effects like this. I think they're generally better than Deadlock is, right? And so, but yeah, a 2/5 remove for plus 3, 4, 5-ish damage at response speed is pretty nice and flexible. Iron Will is another flash based card. It's a 1/5 arc commit. After you play an attack, it gets plus 2 speed. A 1/5 that commits for 2 speed is probably better back then than it sounds. Decks that didn't play flash attacks did play this card, but I was never a big stat hungry guy, so I didn't see it too often. But flash decks were really hungry for stats. And because your opponent couldn't use the majority of their speed hate, getting plus 2 speed from a 1-diff was more relevant for them than for other decks. Oh, hey! It was meant to be in the first pack. Imagine that. Ultra rare reprint of Templar. Sean O'Brien picked this one out for me. Fun fact about me. Every box of Red Horizon I've ever opened has had a Templar in it. Both Blood Omen and the original Red Horizon. It's just called Red Horizon. Every box I've opened of Red Horizon has had Templar in it, and now this is the third box of Blood Omen I've opened, and they've all had Templars. So this one is going in the collection. It does not have breakers, so this was a most recent printing of Templar. This is the Dark Ages of Templar, where it wasn't even really meta relevant. Decks that were playing Templar were kind of behind the times. They weren't keeping up anymore. Blood Omen, like the first couple months, the first year or so, was really like Templar's last hurrah before having a purely defensive action could be relevant. No one ever used the bottom ability. The R commit 1 foundation after your punch attack deals damage, discard it and this card. No one really did that. It was all the on-block ability. And they took the breaker off because they felt like it was too good. Now granted, with the breaker, it was like a 4 of power card combined with reversals that made decks really, really good. Don't get me wrong. But it was one of those things where the game was getting fast enough and decks were getting strong enough to overcome the gain 2, draw 2, and they were making you commit out to block more often. So the chain blocking and reversaling wasn't as powerful as it used to be, right? Base came out in the last set, and he's all safe attacks to not let you reversal. But they did nerf it, and eventually all things have been set correct in the sense that it does have Breaker 1 again. However, they printed it with Breaker 1 to taunt me because it will never be legal in Standard again, and it will probably not be super relevant in Retro, but we're almost definitely playing a Templar symbol in Retro now. So that's very cool. I didn't want to say anything about Templar because I didn't want to not pull one and then not be able to play Templar in the Wednesday webcam weekly. But I'm super stoked that we pulled one. We got Kneecapper here. This is a simple 3 difficulty, 3 low for 4 flash. And if you can see here, no, it's not going to focus. It just says after this attack is blocked, discard it from your card pool after it resolves. Fun fact, when I started playing the game, this was like a reprint, right? This was in like the first Red Horizon set, and I don't think it said after it resolves. And so for the longest time, someone we just kind of played it wrong. And if you partial blocked it by read as written, it would like discard immediately, right? I think there's that Gran Torino attack everyone was debating on, and so it had to get the after it resolves wording later on, which I think is funny, but it got reprinted correctly. Unholy Prophecy. This one's Very funny. If you remember Hood, let me get up here. This is for a character named Marathi. Marathi was a six-hander, but he cared about high difficulty cards. So he rips the top card of his deck and removes it, and it gets damage equal to the card's printed difficulty. So he has 5 difficulty foundations. But if there's a printed 6 diff in your card, difficulty card in your discard pile or card pool, this card gets -4 difficulty. So it's really a 2/5 as long as you check a 6 diff somewhere. And after you play an attack, you can add this to the top of your deck. So basically, you can remove this card to get 5 damage as Marathi, but you could also stack a 5 for your next check. And I didn't see it get used for that very often. Debuilding 1 to check a 5 is kind of like checking a 4, right? So it's not, wasn't like the best game plan, but I thought this was a really cool card. I like designs like this because it's a fundamental part of the game that like every deck could use. This would be a great draft card, I think, when you're just trying to like check some 5s, put your card, put all your attacks together. And the fact that it has a secondary use for one character, they didn't really do. I don't remember them really doing the sub theme of high difficulty again for a while. So if they had just made like 1 or 2 other characters care about like high diffs being on top of discard piles or on top of your deck or something, I think that we could have really gotten somewhere. But it's a very, very simple card. It's just asking you to adhere to some sort of archetype, and then it's modifying a core element of the game that can be used for different benefits. And I think that that's cool. Oh. Also, if you ever need to draw a mid block, I guess. Oh, here's a Krieger. We will talk about all the Kriegers together later. There's 5 of them, and they're color coordinated. And we will discuss the Kriegers all at once. It's kind of funny, Attack on Titan has just come out. And this is the set that has, like, the German Krieger girl. Alright. I need to find a better place for these. But put this in this bag for now. Alright. Next up, we got Dark Sight. This is another Balecore card. Dark Sight's a 2/5 plus 2 high block. And this one I thought was kind of neat. This was one of the only times I ever played like a stats-based game plan at a PTC. I did pretty poorly. I played 2 bad characters together and somehow managed to take a game off Kevin Broberg, who won the event. But, like, I don't know if I beat anyone else. So, I think I, like, lost 0-2 all my matches, except Broberg, who won the event. So, sometimes you get lucky. But, I don't know. Maybe I did better than I'm thinking. I don't think I lost every match. But that deck was really bad. Anyways, it was an evil. It was bad. It was a bad deck. Different story. Enhance commit, your charger slam attack gets 2 speed or 2 damage, and if your character is committed, your attack gets stun 1. So Balecore has this whole big thing about he commits to put 5 damage on a move, and then you would use cards like Dark Sight to further buff it. Speed if you need it, stun. He was really good with reversals. He was really nice with just playing one big fat reversal, and you can imagine stunning the opponent on their turn is pretty strong. So stun reversals was definitely a game plan for him because he had a check hack sub theme as well. Other than that, charge and slam are like the least common keywords. So while at the time commit for 2 speed or 2 damage and usually stun 1 for at least some characters, a lot more characters used to commit to do their cost, and characters that would commit would naturally gravitate towards reversals so they could do it on your turn, then do it on their turn to win the game, right? This was really nice stats for the time, and I think if if there was just slightly better charges and slams, you probably would have seen this card more often. Another Phantom Driver, we've seen that one. Got Humanity's Sentry. This one's cute. So this card features Mei Lian. Mei Lian is a 5-hander. She has 2 different 5-hander versions. And they both do pretty interesting things with card draw. Let me see. I guess I gotta... Yeah, so you can see all order water. What's up, Dr. Kaiju? After this card is revealed from your hand during the enhance step, your attack gets 1 speed, enhance add to your hand. So 1/5 plus 3 high block. Very simple. Mei Lian was a character who wanted to show you 2 foundations to draw a card, and she would show you 2 attacks to double or reduce the damage of an attack. And so she needed really consistent ways to get those foundations, and these foundations gave her the stats when you reveal it. So you could reveal for +1/+1. There's a damage coefficient, right? You could reveal 2 of these for +2 speed, and you could reveal 2 of the damage, 1 for +2 damage. I don't think any of her attacks actually did anything when they get revealed, which I always thought was like the biggest bummer. And then they never did anything else with the reveal mechanic until Mikasa. So is that all retro legal or standard legal? It's standard legal. I guess if I hit the sub goal and someone really wanted all retro legal, I'd do it, but they'd have to like do all 50 subs or something. You know, retro's a lot, and you probably wouldn't be happy with it anyways. But I could do retro if someone hit it all. Anyhow, yeah, so this character needed consistent ways to add back. It's funny that I'm doing this now, and Mikasa just got revealed, right? Mikasa's coming out. And again, I can't remember... Oh, Mount Lady does reveal cards too, but she has weird ways to get around it. She reveals from Momentum, right? They do have Press Conference, which is a card that reveals from hand. But Mount Lady is like reveal a Momentum. So I guess revealing from hand is... I could have sworn they did it one other... Oh, Reptile does it. Reptile has to show you 2 mid attacks to make you discard a card. But it's not really the same, and it doesn't use any of her cards. So that's kind of my point. Is anytime they did like a reveal thing, or like Ragdoll has revealed 2 of the same card, but she doesn't have any cards that do anything when you reveal them. It's always just so disconnected, you know? I think it'd be cool if they had action cards that you play from your hand that do something when you reveal them. So you have to choose between, do I reveal this information? Do I not reveal this information? Do I reveal it even though I don't want to as a bluff? You know, I think that there should be cards that you play from your hand that you reveal. And they always seem to do it with foundations that just add themselves back, rather than like, let me reveal you an attack, and then you have to decide if I'm going to play it or not. Oh, there's a box topper. We've got Strafe Shot up next. Strafe Shot was a Sasha 2 card. She's the lady with the gun, obviously, not the one running away. She had keyword spaghetti on her attacks, because she had a lot of Furies, but she also wanted to combo off foundations. She wants foundations in her card pool. So she's got foundations that don't count towards progressive, and then you play Strafe Shot, and you get +2 to your next check. And as a 3 mid 5, it like wasn't good, but if you found characters that gave it stats, and everyone played the foundation that ignores progressive. I hope I pull it, because it's very strong even today. But the foundation that does not count towards progressive difficulty, I shouldn't say it ignores, it doesn't count towards progressive, is for any reason. So it was great for blocking and then playing a reversal. It's great for turn 1 builds. It adds itself to the card pool to do other things to make Sasha work. So it's got +1 mid block 2 on Strafe Shot. So she had like really nice costed cards, and she had check bonuses to make it very easy to play her. But a lot of people found out pretty soon that without stats in this world, this was like the beginning of stats really, really matter. she was gonna fall behind. God of War. Now this card I saw everywhere except the winning list. Uh, this card is like all over Top Cuts, and in today's world, you'd glow, dude. This card would be broken today. So 1/5 with no block. Form once per turn. Destroy one foundation. Your next check this turn gets +1, and it's playable while committed. So even if you checked bad on your first attack and had to commit all the way out, you could blow one up. And this was so good for its time. I mean, just picking and choosing where you need this, right? Very similar, like a vast hybrid style effect. Obviously, we're destroying committed foundations. It would destroy itself a handful of the time where, you're like, okay, I need to just pass one more attack right now. Game's over anyways, right? Everything else is more important to keep. But this card was very funny. You wouldn't want to. I don't think you'd want to play 4 of it. It's not unique, so they all get to do the once per turn. I think if it was today's world, you would play 4 of it, and you would just see people get turn 2'd all the time. Like, imagine you're playing this with Risky Encounter, and you've got like 7 or 8 foundations, and you're like, well, I cannot fail 2 Riskies in a row. Lightning Javelin. This is an Ulrich card, another card without a block. So remember, in this set, there's a really high amount of cards that don't have a block because they just don't want you blocking, especially if you're playing draft. Also, keyword spaghetti. Ulrich cared about combo attacks, and all of his stuff had like this cool lightning motif. I always liked playing his attacks, but they didn't end up being super strong. This was one of the best ones. Combo Seal. This might also be the second set with Seal. Battle for Power might have been the first set with the Seal wording. I don't know about that. I didn't remember that at the time. But Seal was very new. And this was one of the first like targeted Seal effects, and it got 2 cards. We had to play it as your second attack. So, if it was a really good card, your opponent might use it first. And then E, add 1 card from your discard pile to your card pool and seal it. This is to help you set up other combos. I think he had 1 or 2 cards that cleared the card pool when he did it, and there was still the lingering remnants of Hyper Chain Drive and like these other long string combo cards that cared about having a lot in the card pool. But for the most part, I don't think you were doing the bottom enhance too often. You were almost always looking to target seal 2 rival foundations, and having a 5/4 was the better way to go on the stat split, right? A 4 diff 4/5 Nazgûl is a 5/4, but the ceiling 2 is pretty nice. Next up, we have blueprints. I'm going to put this in the Heidi pile because, as I mentioned before, Heidi and the Kriegers and all the Heidi stuff is going all at once. Next up, we have Caught in the Act. This one was kind of weird. This was one of the first cards I looked at ever and was like, I just know this one's not good. It's a 2/4. It says after this card leaves your staging area, you may add 1 card from your hand to your staging area face down. So losing a card from your hand, usually not the way you want to do it. However, Sasha, her first form, and we're going to read it in a second because I pulled one. Her first form has her add a foundation from her stage to her card pool. So this counts for that. It's for any reason it leaves. So you could rebuild it with a card from your hand, but then this card counts towards progressive. And that was the big issue, is Sasha doesn't really have a way to actually fight progressive. She just has a bunch of check bonuses that sometimes do it. Good and Evil. This one's very funny. Notice it only has 2 symbols. It only has good and evil for symbols. It's a 2/4. This was also a reprint, if I remember correctly. This is not the original printing. This has E-commit. This attack gets -1 speed and -1 damage, minimum 1. And R-commit, discard a momentum. After your opponent plays a non-character response, cancel its effects. I saw so many people accidentally cancel character abilities with this card when this came out. It happens so often, so many times. I told one of my locals, hey, don't, he told me a story where his character got canceled by it. And I said, hey, don't let it happen again. And then later he was like, yeah, it keeps happening. Even the guy playing the response character would forget. And it's like a game-winning response. So it's like the one big thing his character did was get a big bonus and a big damage bonus and a big check bonus on response, and he kept letting people cheat him. So always read your opponent's cards, especially if it keeps happening to you. Now we got Sasha. So Sasha is very funny. Sasha, the original Sasha was banned in Retro because she like breaks the rules of the game by committing foundations in her card pool. So the second Sasha has stuff to do with foundations in the card pool too. As you can see, she's a 7/18, no health at all. Chaos, Death, Life, amazing symbol spread. First F, add one face-up foundation from your stage to your card pool. Your checks to play Fury attacks get +1 for the rest of the combat phase. So it pseudo doesn't count towards progressive, but it still counts towards progressive. E, discard one foundation from your card pool. Your Fury attack gets +2 speed, which is great. It now doesn't count towards progressive. However, every time you want to discard a foundation from your card pool, you have to find a way to add one. And if the attack doesn't add one, then you have to play one, which counts towards progressive. So Sasha was never coming out ahead enough. And as you can see, the stats that she gives are inconsistent enough that she didn't get played a whole lot. But when you did find spice with her, she had really cool spice. In today's world, coming back with all these retro cards, there's probably some really nasty stuff you could actually do, but they leave a lot of the card pool abilities on attacks and actions. So I don't know off the top of my head what you would do with Sasha, but she's not a really powerful character. She just gets to do some really unique stuff. This was the box topper. This character ended up being the bane of my existence. Natali 3. So Natali is one of the sexy lady waifu poster children of Red Horizon. I don't know whose fault it is that most of the women are literal daydreams. And I don't know why they're 7/18s either. You can blame. I've been told to blame the artist for the way he draws them, but I don't know. I feel like he gets a description of the characters before he draws them. The symbol spread was goated on this one. All three of these symbols are really cool for this character. I think this character is very well designed. It's very strong, but it's very costly and very difficult to play. First F, add one card from your hand to your momentum. Dope. Your turn, discard one momentum. After your opponent plays a responsibility, cancel its effects. So that's breaker, that's reversals, that's everything that saves your life, like Airy, that's all the good stuff. All the stuff I like to do is a defensive response. And there's so many cool things you could do with that fast momentum in this set, or in standard at the time, that I felt like she had a lot of really cool ways to build her on each of the symbols. I guess I won't get the words back. But this character shut down everything I wanted to do. Because she has no stats, a lot of players would play like stun heavy attack lineups with her. Stun cards went really well with a lot of the momentum hungry cards. They would pave the way for a big powerful attack. Throws were common with the earth symbol, and you could play like defensive things that would extend your low life total. And it was just a character that was utilizing all the different game zones in really interesting ways a lot of the time I saw it. But 7/18 with no stats, and none of your abilities are actually active on the opponent's turn, makes her really scary to play in today's world. And there's a lot of characters that get that fast momentum a little bit better, right? Um, she reads a lot like Incredible Display, but your turn only. So I don't know how much you're gonna see people play Natalia 3 in today's world, but she was a nice wrinkle to the format back then. Alright. Chain Gyro Gash. This is a 2 high for 4 weapon. Ooh, oh, we almost had it. So if this card blocks an attack with multiple, all of that card's multiple copies are discarded. And then this attack gets 2 speed for each printed 6 diff in your card pool. I did not see anyone play this for the enhance, but this definitely made it into some sideboards as a multiple hate piece. These symbols, some of these symbols, they only had one answer to multiple, and it was this card for a minute. +1 mid block made it nice, but you have to block the card with the multiple keyword. So if you block a multiple copy, it doesn't work. And if you get rid of the multiple keyword after you make the multiple copies, this also doesn't work. Not that I think that ever actually happened, but it's funny that it could happen. But yeah, I don't know if I ever saw a 6 diff archetype deck actually play this, but I definitely saw it for the block. Fists of Fury. This one made it into a couple nice deck lists. Ooh, come on, give it to me. There we go. Fists of Fury, 4 high 4 diff. Again, not nice block mods for Sasha attacks. +1 high. E-commit 1 foundation. For the rest of this turn, this card does not count towards progressive. Fair cost. That's a fair, solid cost. If this attack deals damage, both your Fury and Punch attacks get 1 damage for the turn. This card would have gone ham in set 1 MHA. The first year of MHA, this card, even with its symbols, it's got life. This card would have gone bananas. At the time, I don't think there was enough Fury attacks to put the string together. And again, if you're Sasha, you're trying to get stats in the weirdest ways possible. Committing foundations, not adding them to the card pool didn't really help. Yeah, Vanquished Brother. Just a simple E-commit, your combo attack gets +2 speed. Oh, it's not going to give this one to me. Come on. We're so close. Alright. As R remove, after you lose 4 or more vitality, add 1 combo attack from your card pool to your hand. There we go. This probably should have been played more than it was. Not a lot of combo attacks were going insane at the time, but they definitely did exist. There were some Kino ones. But this one is just kind of a draft chafty kind of card. But you can see how, like, in universes, even the draft shaft is like, wow, that's card advantage, you know? This is like struggling with studies for its time. But it's locked to combos only, and it removes. Twin Cyclone. So Zoe's a character that ended up getting banned and errated because she builds and loops attacks. Twin Cyclone was not one of them. Enhance your turn. This attack gets multiple. The multiple X. X equals the number of Twin Cyclone cards in your discard pile. So you have to play like 4 of this. It's a 4 mid 4 with a +1 mid block, which is tight. I didn't remember the block mods being so good on the common attacks, but there's also a lot without blocks at all. But this is a reversal that sometimes has multiple, but it does nothing as a reversal, and it only gets multiple if these are in the discard pile. So, and this is not one you want to multiple. Fighting on multiple fronts. 2/4 +3 mid block. R commit, your attacks get +1 speed or 1 damage for each of your face downs. Where have you seen that before? R flip, after your opponent plays a flash attack, it loses flash. I think some people sideboarded this because there was some nasty flashing going on. Kneecappers were getting played for sure. High Seas Adventure was not being used on your opponent's attacks too often. But I definitely remember seeing this in sideboards. And there's definitely some speculation, but I'm sure it's for the The R flip. Whoop. Spoiled the rare. Blaze Whip. This one's super weird. I think in today's world, this would be crazy good. 3 diff, 3 low, 3 already nice. Plus 2 high. Ranged attack. Commit 1 foundation if this attack is blocked. Your opponent adds 1 foundation from their stage to their card pool. You get to Mineta enhance them if they want to block it. This card, because of the commit cost and the stats being kind of low, it felt like you could just take the damage a lot. You could just ignore it. I think even the decks that did play this played it for its difficulty, not its enhance. But in today's world, this would be kind of a blowout. You end up with 2 cards in your card pool. You're down a foundation, or you have to take like a 3 low for 7. It just needs damage pump to be relevant. We have Fort Negley restored, so this is a cool combo piece. This card was part of a bunch of tournament winning decks, I believe. Well, a bunch for the time. Yeah, the lighting's a little bit better. It's not great, but we're in here. This one's a 3/4, and if I can get the text up here, if we can get the focus, there we go. It's a terrain, so only 1 can be in play. And then after this card leaves your staging area, both players add the top 2 cards of their deck to their card pool face down. So leaves is for any reason. First F, destroy 1 foundation. Your opponent adds 1 face down foundation from their staging area to their card pool. That part, not super relevant. In standard, this card was a menace as a combo piece because there was one really popular attack that we might pull that did destroy an asset for cost. But the main thing is there was a character who would add assets to their momentum. And they would do it during their kill attack or during your turn. So there's a character that tutors assets from the discard pile, then can add them to momentum. Their name is Psyche. Saiki. There was a Psyche deck that just wanted to find this, and every turn would stuff 2 cards into your card pool. It would backfire once in a blue moon where they couldn't block through it, right? But it was a calculated thing. You didn't have to do it. Also, adding it to momentum, I think, gave +2 or -2 damage or something. But you had to lose 2 health to keep rebuilding it. So we called this the Pillow Fort. There was a Psyche Pillow Fort deck. And there's some other Pillow Fort archetypes, but it was mostly just Psyche because of the control you had over adding it to, over not only getting a momentum, right, but like controlling when it goes. And so it was just very difficult to deal with the card pool clog over and over and over every single turn. Like the Psyche deck would find a way to discard it immediately, and it ran like 3 copies. So imagine if every turn you got double sticky balls. Granted, your opponent was doing it to themselves, but, you know, it's much harder to pass that attack than it is to force a block. But Fort Negley is very cool. It's got a lot of combos. Excuse me. And it's not something you want to put in your deck without, like, having a combo for it. We've got My Blood Flows Through You. I think it's after the opponent gains life. Oh, it's after your attack deals damage. Come on. We're almost there. Alright, it's after your attack deals less than its printed damage, commit your opponent's character and gain 1 vitality. Isn't that insane? After your attack deals less than its printed damage, commit your opponent's character and gain 1 vitality. 2/5 mid block. What do you think, chat? Stud or stinker? How often do you think this card was played, chat? Stud or stinker, My Blood Flows Through You. After your attack deals less than printed, commit your opponent's character and you gain a life. R flip. Stud or stinker. This card was, I think, a Rochester card only. I think the card saw almost no play. Characters were not spamming -2 speed on everything. Partial blocking, I don't remember being as much of a thing. And all the characters that were really good at damage reduction were like a once per turn ability that they would do early on. It was good against Stone Man, but only one person in the world played Stone Man, so... And even then, Stone Man would just make it deal 0, which is not dealing less than printed. But yeah, I think it would go crazy today. Focus Charge. This is one of my favorite pet cards. I overvalued this card a lot, but it's a 3 diff, 3 high 3, stun 1, and it has, come on, there we go. Your next attack this turn gets 3 speed and +1 to its powerful rating. I used to brew around the powerful rating thing a lot, but I wasn't a good enough player to make it matter. It probably has come up like once or twice, but that 3 speed was a big deal. This was one of my favorite cards to play with Shield Ram, because Shield Ram also had stun 1, and it would combo off a ranged attack, and it was really slow too. It's like a 3 high for 4. And it became almost necessary when they errataed Shield Ram to where it needed to deal damage. And I always played characters that don't add stats. So I would play Focus Charge to get Shield Ram to deal damage again. Last up, we have Satoshi. He's a 719 Teams Champion deck. Air, Fire, Void. F once per turn. Your next weapon attack gets 3 speed. After it resolves, discard it from your card pool and draw 1 card. Let me know if you've heard that one before. And enhance your turn. Discard 1 momentum. Your opponent discards cards until they only have 2 cards in their hand. They discard X. X equals the number of cards in their hand -2. This guy was kind of crazy. They made some really nice air weapon attacks for sure. And air had a huge defensive base. And then that bottom ability would stop people from chain blocking for a long time. Later, there was a combo deck that Jury from Street Fighter ended up doing better. But there was a combo deck that started with Satoshi that abused a disarming glance style combo where it said players can't add cards to their hand, and then you would play a card that Botan's coaching people, only it was 2 cards. It was Botan's coaching for 2 cards, and so it would just become both players discard 2 cards and they can't draw. So you would play Satoshi, you would make them discard down to 2, and then you make them discard 2, and then you kill them. And it just turns out that Satoshi doesn't add damage, but Jury, the box topper from Street Fighter, does, and she ended up being much better with that combo. Ooh, here we go. Here's the poster child for this set, in my opinion. This is the most important card from this set. Oh, let me get it up here. Ooh. There you go. The Hunt for Spiders and Dragons. 3 difficulty, +3 low block, 5 check, Chaos Death Life. After you play an attack, flip one of your opponent's foundations, add this card to your staging area face down. R flip, after your death or life attack deals damage, gain 2 or rival loses 2. This card defined the format pretty much. It stayed relevant up until you couldn't afford to add one difficulty to your first attack. Uh, or there was just nah, it pretty much stayed relevant even till the end. I think people were still playing this as like a one of, even like when Gil got printed. I remember seeing it. This was just a ton of ramp. Like you guys saw it with Seizing the Advantage. It was worth it to play a 5 diff in front of it. You play a 4 diff in front of it, it feels amazing. This kind of ramp at the time and foundation control was kind of insane. Granted, life decks abused this more than any other. They had other flip effects. They had the most aggressive decks. They had the most like payoff for cards leaving the card pool. But this was played off symbol too. So if you could chain this card as like with a chaos attack, but it's in your fire deck, you would do that. You wouldn't do like 4 copies, but you would probably still do that. If you had a lot of death and life attacks, and some of them chained with, other attacks in your air deck, you probably played this. The burn effect was pretty strong. The gain effect was used a lot. There was a lot of times where I saw people who built this like turn 1. They didn't ramp it from the card pool. They built it on a non-attack turn, and they have 2 in the stage at some point, and they play a life reversal that gains 2 health, and then you flip 2 of these and you gain 6 back, and that's like a whole attack back then. That's actually like a full attack from your opponent today a lot of the time. So this card got played a whole lot all the way till the very end, and it's probably still playable now. One of my favorite decks was a Chaos Earth good symbol deck, Sienko, and it played a good Earth foundation that adds a foundation to your card pool. And it would add this card to your card pool, and then you would play an attack and flip an opponent's card, and then you would destroy this and then do it again next turn. And so every attack you played, you were flipping something, and it was very cool. And this card ramped up Scorch Wheel. If you remember Scorch Wheel from the last stream, it counts every card you built that turn. This builds, and if you keep looping it and doing it on every attack, you're building a foundation every attack. So there is a Turbo Man deck out there that was very cool. It was like tri-symbol, because Turbo Man could off-symbol very easily because he just adds cards from his hand to his stage, right? So you would add this to the card pool. You would then play a life attack. You would build this down. You would commit it for +2/+2 on Turbo Man. Then he would destroy it, add it back to the card pool again. So lots of very cool stuff that this card did. Gave an insane amount of control. We've seen Javelin, Bear's Bite. If you like dogs, we got dogs. 3 low, 3 flash attack for 3. +0 mid. After you play this attack, your next flash gets 2 damage. We're just chaining baby flashes. General the Abyss. 1/5 no block. E destroy. If your character is committed, commit 1 rival foundation. Yeah. Yeah, E destroy. Ooh. If your character is committed, it's a 1/4. If your character is committed, you get to target commit 1. I feel like they could have reprinted this by now. There's another Phantom Driver. I don't actually remember what Enlist does, but if I read Enlist, I would know what it does. I'm pretty sure it just adds damage for cards in the card pool. Your ranged attack deals damage, add to your momentum. E destroy, your ranged attack gets 1 damage. Playable while committed, gets 1. It just gives 1. But hey, enhance commit, if my attack deals, it goes to momentum. That would be crazy today, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be like insane lube on a E commit? I'm doing that every turn. You gotta block all my attacks. This card, not very playable. Tenacious Partners, the rare. 2/5 non-block ally, Ulrich card. If your combo attack is blocked, draw 1 card. If it deals damage, get a momentum. This definitely got played in some decks I remember, I think Kevin Brobrick had an Ulrich deck or something, and I was surprised at the number of copies he played on this. But this is pretty good. If you're taking damage, I want the aggressive resource of momentum. And if you're blocking my attacks, I need to refill my hand. I need more attacks or I need to build better, right? So I think that's pretty cool. I think he's like protecting Vespera there, yeah. And the RD is protecting Vespera. I don't really remember any of the character relations. So here's what counted as throw hate for the longest time. After you block an attack with this card, that attack deals no damage. Oh, and then E-commit, your attack hits 2 speed or 2 damage. 3/4 plus 3 mid block. That is the angel Alara feeding some homeless cats. I don't know if you can see the cats. But this, for the longest time, this was like your standard throw hate. It's got the same symbols as Hunt for Spiders and Dragons, which is kind of wild. But this was like, you know, it's not a plate ability. You can't cancel it. Sealing like blocks wasn't really a thing yet. So that one was very powerful. And then we've got Balecore. Balecore with the special AE there, 628. Your turn, your opponent's checks get -1 for the rest of the turn. Enhanced commit, your charger slam attack gets 5 damage. Simple character, surprisingly effective, but not a meta giant. You know, no card advantage. Symbols were kind of rough at the time, but he plays one mean reversal. And then Valiant Assault. You guys know Valiant Assault? We got our Red Horizon Blood Omen printing a Valiant Assault. So I think Blood Omen is when we changed the card frames. I can't remember now if it was Battle for Power. Oh, I got the cards right here, yeah. So one thing I forgot to mention until just now. Look at the cards from Battle for Power and then look at the cards from Blood Omen. This is the first time when I was playing where they changed where the symbols are. They changed the frame layout a little bit. But names are still where they're supposed to be. Right? Keywords are still kind of where they're supposed to be. There's still a text box. But we have all this art. I feel like there's more room for art on these cards almost. Because of how tall the art is. Look at the art box goes way deeper on the Blood Omen card. Right? So we got a little bit more space for art. Made things a little more legible, a little more tight-knit, I feel. It took a while to grow on me, though. I feel like these cards look older than, like, the original UFS cards. But maybe I'm crazy. Okay, we got a couple bangers in here. We got a new alliance, another ally card. A lot of weird random ally stuff. No real ally payoff in the set. Outside of, I guess, Miska attacks. So this is an Alice card. Alice deals with weapons and guns. She's a big weapon expert. She also works as a maid. I don't know the lore. Don't ask me. This weapon attack gets +3 or -2 damage. And E-commit, if your opponent attempts to block your attack with a foundation, their check to block gets -3 and you draw a card. So blocking with foundations was pretty common. And if you played a throw deck, they blocked with Peaceful Messenger. Some really specific weapon decks did play this card, but it was kind of a weird inclusion if you did still. But it definitely got experimented with a lot at first. This is one of the sideboard cards of all time. Destroy up to 2 assets. Enhance, destroy 2 assets in either player's stage. You pretty much never did your own. +1 high block, 4 low for 5. This card came back in a pretty big way during Libra. During the Soul Calibur Libra sets. Assets were a huge part of Soul Calibur, right? It's weapon-based, item-based combat. So Spine Sweep took a while to find a meta role. This card did not take any time to find a meta role. That is a new journey. If this attack is not blocked, your opponent's next attack, it's +2 difficulty. So you use this with some damage reduction strats, although damage reduction on these symbols didn't really exist. But if you could take an attack, you got like a free breaker. Or if you played a reversal, you would tell your opponent to stop attacking you that way if they don't block it. So either they block and they add 1 progressive for the turn, or they don't block and they get breaker 2 effectively. It's the prototype to Keiko's Aid. Keiko's Aid is the better one because you can block and tell them to fuck off. No surprises. This is check a 4+ to make your opponent mill 1. It's a 0/6, no block. That's just Vincent Gray getting shot in the face and dodging it, I think. Or no, it's a missile coming behind him. Yeah, he's dodging a missile. He's not looking at it. There's a missile firing behind him and he just moves his head out of the way. Callous Leader. Another Bale Core card. After your opponent adds any number of cards to their hand. Oh, we saw this one. Flip one of their foundations. Yeah. 2/5 from the first pack. Saw strength in numbers. Let's see. So we got Spirit of the Wolf. This card became relevant when we started printing better Flash characters. After your Flash attack resolves, your opponent commits to 2/4. Pretty strong. There was a 2/5 that did the same thing for the Flash decks, though. So it still got power crept pretty quick. Here's Unworthy of Zalmoxis, 2/4. Commit your throw attack. It's 1 damage for each of your opponent's face downs. And destroy, unflip 1 foundation. There was a very strong Life Earth flip your stage throw deck, but that card I don't even think was good enough to make it into those as more than a one of, because they didn't need to commit cards for damage. They were gonna grind you out anyways. They weren't under like any sort of clock. They were the clock, but you would think it would have gotten played more. Last up, we have Novitiate, 2/5 foundation, 2 different first forms that both destroy it. So for the rest of this turn, players cannot gain health or cannot play abilities that gain health or grant damage penalties. So you can first F and say, okay, you cannot extend your life total. And then first F, for the rest of the turn, players cannot play abilities that add cards to their hand. So we're saying either you can't extend your life total or you can't chain block. Either way, both of these modes turn off Templar. This is the anti-Templar card. This card was designed specifically to prevent you from ever blocking with Templar. And then we have Teenage Strike. This is an understated 5 diff without a block. It's a 4 mid 4 5 diff. And if this is completely blocked, your opponent cannot play responses for the rest of the combat phase. This would be really strong on symbols that gave it damage. And this would be really strong in like a really nice incremental style game. A game that has like more obvious play patterns. I think like Flesh and Blood, you could maybe game plan around something like that. But a 5 difficulty 4 mid 4 that you can't block with, and that pretty much forces your opponent to have to deal, like you have to make it a 5 diff 4 mid 4, something that they have to deal with, and it has to be the kind of deck playing responses, and it's just another anti-Templar card. It's just another one that stops you from blocking and responding with Templar. There is a lot of things that are in this set designed to stop you from using Templar. Teenage Strike, you had to do a lot of stuff after it. So you had to be playing a lot of attacks that turn to really get the benefit from it. But oh, here's a really nice card. Tombstone Stunner. I remember being told I was gonna love these cards because they're pro wrestling moves, but a tombstone is something different entirely than a stunner. But Gabrick's whole thing is he's like a zombie wrestler, so it makes sense that he would steal from the Undertaker. Got 3 high for 4, stun 1 throw. It can't be discarded from your card pool during the combat phase. And your next throw attack gets 2 damage. If this attack is blocked, your next card gets -2 difficulty. This card is amazing. This card is a stun attack that wears damage well that your opponent couldn't use most of the defense on. The fact that it can't be discarded from the card pool made it safe from some powerful defensive stuff, and it made it even more relevant later. There's a lot of decks that like struggled to find the right combination of powerful throws, and this one ended up being the answer because it has a built-in anti-breaker ability. It lets you build expensive foundations cheaper. It lets you play strings safer and lets you be, overall slower and more defensive. And again, most importantly, it can't be discarded from the card pool, which they started to print a lot more effects that do that. Oh, I think I heard my cat. Give me 1 second. Come on in, Monk. Come on. Come in, cat. There you go. You're going to want to go out in just a minute, I know. Man, it got hot in here. Alright. Alright. Cat stream when? He doesn't like to be on stream. I'd have to pick him up. Here, you want to listen to him get really mad at me? Watch. There you go. Hey there, Monk. It's Halloween cat time. Hey there, Halloween cat. Ooh. Ooh, he can't wait to go. He can't wait to leave. Hey there, big kitty. I think my noise gate is off. This is probably super noisy with the air on. Spooky cat. He likes it now. He's digging it now. Oh, you're lucky. You got one of them real affectionate cats. Monk can dig it sometimes. He's taking it better than most times right now. I'm a little surprised, but I also got a nice grip on him, so he feels safe. Alright, buddy, I gotta open these boxes. Oh, there you go. Alright. Let me see. I think my filters are not turned on here. Noise gate. Oh, the noise gate was on. Weird. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Normally my microphone's not picking all that up. This is the most jank stream I've probably ever done. Alright, do I sound robotic again? Alright, we're just gonna have to hope it works. And you'll tell me if it's bad. Alright, cat break. We gotta get through the rest of these. I still got games I gotta play. Alright, so Dagger Strike. This is a World Championship attack. Believe it or not, this is one of the best attacks ever printed, and you'll never convince me otherwise. Your next tech attack gets -2 difficulty. 2 low for 4, stun 1. 3 diff. And a +1 low block. Blocks itself. 3 diff that says your next attack gets -2 difficulty because you built the deck where they're almost all tech attacks. Turn 1 attacking was legal. Next up we have Lightning Vengeance. This is another Ulrich card. Have this card committed by your opponent's effect, commit 1 asset or foundation in their staging area. Playable while committed. So very good, very strong, but your opponent can play around it, and stun wasn't super ubiquitous. Targeted commit has always been more popular overall than stun generically, but stun is just way more abundant. So this one was really nice. I don't remember it being played too much because I don't think its symbols were respected that much, and there wasn't like a mega stun heavy meta, but stun was really popular on a lot of attacks. Like this attack, Dragon Bite, 0 mid for 4. Reveal 2 foundations from your hand. This attack gets +2 speed, but it has stun 2 on a 4 diff. So as a good block, it has stun 2 on a 4 diff, which kind of unheard of, especially not one that actually deals damage. So the fact that it has like no speed kind of makes sense. If you reveal 2 of Humanity Sentry, you get like a 4 mid 4 stun 2 that also is powerful, so very flexible. The powerful just doesn't come up very much on a 0 speed attack though. So it's one of those keywords that they felt like we can just kind of throw on. And if we pull the ultra rare for that character, you'll see why it has powerful as well. Here's Mind Trigger. It's just how flash attacks get 1 damage on everything. After you play a flash attack, it gets 1 damage. You got Chain Gyro Gash. Here's our rare. +2 high block, Kaitaiki Koru. After you block an attack with a ranged attack, draw 1 card. Oh, and after an attack is played, it gets taunt. Now I know what you're thinking, Sam. Why would I give an attack taunt and nothing else? The answer, my dear viewer, there is no reason. I don't know why you would do that. There's probably a card out there that says after you block an attack with a keyword, it deals no damage, but that card was weird. Reward. This one is too costly to use. You definitely saw it on some deck lists. E-commit, commit 1 foundation, return this attack to its printed damage. 3/5 no block, stun 2 to return to printed. A little too heavy to play more than 1 or 2 copies of, because you don't want to build a bunch of them, but it does count as a reset. And then we've got Silence. This card I'm surprised we haven't seen an actual reprint. Form remove, name a card. If there's more than 1 copy of the named card in both staging areas, flip all copies of that card. This card definitely got played, but I don't know how successful it was. I think it's like a solid one of on a lot of meta decks though. The benefits are pretty obvious. If your opponent gets stacked up with minus damage effects, it can be pretty impossible to get through. Alright, we see most of these. I'll pick out interesting ones. This one we gotta talk about. Oh, we got the boy. There's another Valiant Assault, another Messenger, another Bell Core. That's just another flash attack. So we got Spider Suplex. This card was everywhere. It was not a dominant tournament winning card. But I'm convinced, if I can't remember it, I know this like won a tournament somewhere. This definitely won like a Pro Tour circuit event. It's a 3 mid for 6 throw. It's 4 difficulty when you're low health. You play it on your opponent's turn sometimes. And it has enhance gain 3 health. Come on. Ooh, there we go. That's all it does. It's just a throw that gains 3 health. So for the super ultra grindy decks, it also doesn't have the life symbol. It has death, earth, and water. Which I always thought was weird that it doesn't have life. But for the grindy throw decks, they now had a 2 check that they actually kind of wanted to run. But it was still like fairly low impact immediately, but it was a high enough impact on the long game that it would be pretty difficult to attack through multiple spider suplex games. Next up, we have Steel Resurrection. So this card is part of the eponymous Wheel and Steel deck. Steel Resurrection is something I believe you could still play in retro, and it would be like a Check 5's dream game. But I can definitely see the strategy being applicable now with more weapons than ever. It's a 4 high for 5, and it gets -1 difficulty for each weapon card preceding it in your card pool. So it's not that it ignores them for progressive, it's that they get -1. So if you ignore progressive to play Steel Res, and you have 2 weapons in your card pool, it's a 3 difficulty that ignores progressive now, right? If it's blocked by a non-attack card, your opponent loses 2 vitality. That's also pretty annoying for the type of aggression these decks were going for. Steel Res is one of the most underrated arts and one of the best names of a card ever in this game. Like, if we're comparing this to like Magic the Gathering naming conventions, Steel Resurrection might be top 5 of all time. Don't ask me what's happening in the art. I don't know the lore. But she has a thundering sword, and she's about to kill a zombie with it. And that's all I care about. That is cool as fuck. She has lightning crackling all over her sword, and she's about to resurrect the zombie into death. So, I think this card was important for the history of the game. I hated this at the time, I'm not gonna lie. I thought Wheel and Steel was so corny because it was concentrating the check 5s, take lives, do nothing else, turn brain off, roll good gameplay, and made it like the best deck in the room. It made it like the most tight-knit, reliable strategy for killing the decks I like to play. But looking back on it from like, what do you design for the current format? It was probably really important that that deck existed. It played Scorch Wheel and ignored progressive, and it played Steel Res, which effectively ignored progressive. And then it played another weapon that made your next attack ignore progressive. And there was just no progressive happening. It also built foundations as it played attacks. So it was ramping while it went. It was very, very good. Another championship winning attack is Cannonade. We talked about it, I think, before I had technical difficulties. Cannonade was the card I bought a playmat for. I still have the playmat. It's still one of my favorite playmats. And this is still kind of one of my favorite attacks. This is basically the Frog Hop of its time, but look at that. It's gorgeous. It's so much more beautiful than Frog Hop. I'm sorry, man. I don't care if you don't like the old frames. This card is gorgeous. This is a beautiful card. It's so nice. It's like, you can see the smoke trails are shiny. You got all this debris, rockets exploding. They don't make them like this anymore, man. Now we have people yelling on cards, and we have comic book dots in the background, or different wavy air cloud patterns and chibis, and I don't know, man. Just give me a giant robot with explosions. Range tech weapon, 5 high, 5 2 check. This attack gets 2 damage for each character in your stage, so it's basically a 5 high 7. But that's not what mattered. What mattered is if this attack deals damage, add 1 character or 1 copy of Cannonade from your discard pile to your hand. So that's why I said it's like Frog Hop. A lot of times you were just playing this as a 5 high 7. It's a weapon, so Satoshi would clear it from his card pool. It's range, so you would combo Tengu Dive off of it, and your opponent had to block this. Next to Wheel and Steel, there was a range slam, like high attack spam zone overload deck, and if you ever got caught without a high block, you just died to cannonade, because if you don't block the cannonade, what are we doing here, right? So it doesn't have a block, and you could bait people into like committing out and taking risks. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, cannonade was a win condition in and of itself. Later on, Selinka might have used this card, but she has a different card that she wants, and we will hopefully pull it because it is, I believe, an uncommon, and it's very, very strong with character stackers, which is unique to Retro. So, well, I guess it's not unique, but like stacking different versions is. Good stacking is unique to Retro. Right, so we got Solomon's. These are cards we've seen. Another Steel Res character. So we've got Stinging Upper here. Stinging Upper, I don't think it was a reprint, but it was like a promo. And it's like weird support for punch weapons. Oop, come on. Add one attack from your discard pile to your card pool and seal it. Obviously, you can imagine this is like for weird combo stuff. The Reese from this set got speed and damage based on cards in your card pool. You can think of it kind of like a Devil Jin thing, except Devil Jin does it for himself. Reese needed his attacks to do it, which was bad. And I just want to point out that even as far back as Blood Omen, pretty much anytime you add something to your card pool, you have to seal it, or it's going to become like an issue somewhere down the line. And I think Retro Devil Jin is insanely strong just because he doesn't seal things that go into the card pool, which I think is underutilized design space, but I don't know. Everyone seems to hate it. Everyone seems to hate like continuous effects in the card pool. I think it's cool. I think the game should be primarily about that, but I don't know. I'm weird. We got Panzer Breaker. This is another Heidi attack. It's another attack that looks sick as fuck when foiled. I wish this one also was an ultra rare just to get the foil everywhere. But what can you do? It's a 5 difficulty, 3 low 4, but the stats are underwhelming. But after it resolves, discard it from your card pool. Your next tech attack gets 1 speed for each character in your stage. So it's buffing your next attack. It always leaves the card pool. After it resolves, you just discard it. There's no condition. And then it has Powerful 3. So this is for Heidi. Heidi has the Kriegers, and we are going to deal with all of that all at once. Heidi and the Kriegers are their own thing. So now we have Marathi. Marathi's a 627. First enhance, remove the top card of your deck. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the printed difficulty of the removed card. Oh, come on. Really? Well, his other ability is enhance once per turn. If your attack's damage is double its printed damage, you can draw 2 cards. I don't know why it's not working. It was working with every other card. Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you're printed 6 difficulty attack, damage is at least double its printed damage, draw 2 cards. So you had to work really hard to draw 2 cards in this guy. Which is funny, because so he wants to play 6 diffs, but then he wants the printed damage to be low, so you can easily double it to draw 2 cards. And that's just not good for anybody. So I don't know. Marathi he definitely had some deep runs at PTCs. He just puts buckets of damage on stuff. So if you figured out the speed, It was like one of the first casino style decks. We've seen these, seen this one. This one's similar. I can't do every card. I do got other stuff we gotta do. We gotta talk about this one. That's the rare. We got another robot we'll talk about. And we've seen these. So from this pack, let's talk about the rare first. The rare is Water Freezes. Heidi should have been sick as fuck, but she's not. F commit, cards cannot leave your discard pile or staging area due to effects for the rest of this turn. Your next flash attack gets safe for the rest of this turn. This needed an errata to be rival effects, because Water Freezes was a form commit, and then people would play board wipe style attacks. You would just say cards cannot leave my staging area, and then you would say blow up both staging areas. This was meant to be an anti-reversal / ever hopeful style card. But it ended up just being something that people tried to abuse for weird combos. But I don't remember it ever mattering too much. But it ended up having to be errated because of bad wording. But the card that was really impactful is Iron Knuckle. So Iron Knuckle is a 4 for 4. It's a +1 high block. As you can see, it's got Heidi and the mech punching, which is cool. It's got kind of like a split art going. And it's got punch tech weapons, so it's got all the keywords that are relevant in this set. If your opponent blocks this attack, seal their block. That is not a played ability. So that happens immediately. That's the speed it needs to be to beat everything. And then this attack gets 1 speed and 1 damage for each character in your staging area. So, character stackers obviously like this one because it's a 4 diff that scales. But most decks played this as a 4 diff, 5/5, seal a block. The sealing the block was very, very good. A 4 diff 5/5 was solid. And the synergies you got from these keywords made it so you could play it with a straight face. When All Might 3 was first revealed, All Might 3 would play this card as like the first card of the game, and he would just say, okay, it's a 5 speed for 11 damage because you have 6 cards in your hand, and it would seal breaker blocks even if you blocked it, you know? So that was one of the better attacks he could play. All Might also had a lot of different versions to stack, even though we didn't know at the time that MHA was going to have no stacking. But Iron Knuckle made it in a Selinka deck. Selinka is notable because Selinka can get 12 character cards in her stage by rule. And so Selinka could play like a 16 high, 16 Iron Knuckle easier than you would think, really. Oh, we got a sick rare. Oh, okay. We got a very cool rare here that I want to talk about. I think it's an ultra rare, actually. Oh, we can show that off. Big flash attack. You guys don't care about big flash attack. All right, we got some nice stuff here. So here's one of the first reprints. Choke throw. Make an unmodified check. If that check was a 4, 5, or 6, your opponent loses 2 vitality and discards 1 momentum. This card is just mill the top, right? Like just mill 1. It's an unmodified check. This counted as momentum hate for a while. Choke throw was annoying because it's a low damage move that half the damage burns you, and then it still hits you for 2 if you block. So this was like a really greasy, nasty sort of throw. I don't think if we went back in today's world, I don't think we would play this card anywhere near as much as we did back in the day. A 3 damage throw just doesn't sound appealing anymore. But I promise you, so many decks were playing this card as like a 1 or a 2 of. Uh, and they really probably shouldn't have. Next up, we have Kersplat. Kersplat's another +1 low, 4 diff, reversal weapon, 3 high for 4. Enhance if this attack deals damage, gain 2 health. Enhance, commit 1 foundation. The next card you play ignores progressive difficulty. So this was one of the reprints from the set. This attack is one of my favorites of all time. It was like a staple 1 or 2 of in like every deck, but I don't think too many decks played 4 of until Wheel and Steel. And it just fits that weapon progressive ignoring game plan perfectly. The reversal has 2 symbols with Templar, so the reversal to gain 2 health combined with Templar made decks on All in Life like incredibly sturdy. And when you play it as a reversal, you can make your next block ignore progressive. So this card was insanely good. If they ever bring back reversals, they have to bring back Kersplat, man. It's one of the strongest, but like inoffensive reversals. It's not stunning you, or it shouldn't be stunning you. It has a cost associated with it. Like, I don't know, man. It's just one of my favorite cards. It seems so cool for being just a 3 high for 4 that doesn't pump itself. It doesn't like have to be a big speed, high damage move to feel important. So I wish that if they ever bring reversals back, which they probably shouldn't, but if they do, they should look like this. Next up, we got Showdown. We got Retro Showdown. Ooh. So Showdown was also a reprint, but now it's been reprinted again. So Showdown has a little bit of a wording change on it. But this is another reprint, but what is important is this is a reprint from King of Fighters. This is originally a Terry Bogard card of the same name. Throw it down, 2/5 +0 high block. This card does not count towards progressive difficulty. If the next card you play this turn is an attack, it gets 1 speed and 3 damage. If it deals damage, draw a card. After your opponent, and then as a response, after your opponent plays an ability that would increase the damage of an attack, cancel its effects. So a niche cancel that could save your life, a +0 high block that doesn't count towards progressive, and a little bit of a stat pump that draws a card. This was very popular with throw decks. The reliable damage and the card draw was kind of a big deal. Some other decks did play it at the very beginning when I started playing, but this was almost definitely like a throw specific thing by the end. This is one of my favorite actions that I don't play very often, but I wish I had played more. I think the art's very cool on it, and it's the only time I can remember that they reprinted a card from an IP that they don't have the license for, because it's not a license specific trademark, right? It's just the words "throw it down." So I like this one a lot. We're still on box 1. I'm gonna probably go through box 2 a little bit faster. We're speeding through the end of this one. We're pretty much on rares only at this point. We've seen most of the commons. Most of them are not super special. Got a lot of repeats. Right, put this up here. There's our rare. These are all repeats. So here's our rare. This is the Ulrich rare. I think the art on this is sick as hell. Ooh. This card is called Smite. And look at that motherfucker getting smited. 4 div, 3 high for 4. +1 high. Charge, punch, combo charge. Combo E, this attack can only be blocked by cards with a printed block mod of 3. And discard 1 momentum, it gets +4 damage. There is a lot of games that were ended by this card. It was not in a lot of places just because charge attacks were not in a lot of places. And I remember thinking about how you basically have to play like the same attack lineup in every charge deck almost. So that held it back. But yeah, this is Besiege before Besiege, which is actually Touch of Decay before Besiege. So this is Touch of Decay before Besiege, complete with the combo requirement. But yeah, this one, a 4-diff for 8 damage was a solid investment if your deck was getting free momentum. Talk about that one. I think we have not hit a deadlock effect yet. Oh shit. Oops. Alright. What's going on? Please go here. Alright. Messed up my sorting. Alright, so we got Arcane Assassin. This is part of the Marathi kit. This card was part of some meme builds. It's a 3/6 +3 high. After you make a check to play a printed 6 difficulty card, your check gets +3. So very strong lubricant. Very good for playing high difficulty cards. Would probably be broken in today's world with all the high difficulty attacks. But this works when you block too, right? It's for a check to play the card. So I saw this used for blocking almost as much as I did for playing attacks. And there's a lot of really cute stuff you can do with it. But it kind of made playing Marathi possible. Because as you can see, Marathi had excellent rares like Shadow of Death. So Shadow of Death is a 6-diff, 5 high 5, +2 mid, charge, powerful 2 or 3? Powerful 3. Man, it was just fun. There we go. Weapon. Your next printed 6-diff gets -2 diff. And after your opponent reduces the damage of this attack, you may add it to your hand, and your opponent loses 2 vitality. So you weren't allowed to play damage reduction versus this attack, right? This was so Marathi could try to reliably draw 2 cards. And you'll notice it's a 6-diff 5 damage move. So that way you can double it easier with his own cards. I don't know why Unholy Prophecy isn't just a 6-diff. And these were all just 6 high 6s. But Powerful 3 doesn't help Marathi. And your next printed 6-diff game -2 difficulty was considered too strong. So they had to make it a 5 high 5. Nowadays, you're lucky if you can get your rival to commit 1 foundation playing an 8 difficulty card. Alright, we got a funny guy here. And we got a couple reprint staples. So Blood Omen has a surprising amount of reprints. Again, Red Horizon stuff is kind of seen as a base set. So these are 2, I would say, you know, we're like evergreen foundations up until MHA. And their designs are still seen, you know, in spiritual reprints. So here is Celestial Being. It's a 2/4 +3 mid block. E, discard 2 momentum. Your reversal attack gets +3/+3, which is by far the main reason like the main mode I saw people use this for. But it also has R flip. After your opponent plays an ability that would commit one or more cards in your stage, cancel its effects. So stun 2, cancel. Commit your character, blood curdle, cancel it. Stop, cancel it. Electric jolt, cancel it. Commits any card. Vast hybrid, cancel it. I think this card was really, really nice for its time. I think it's accurately statted in every way. I wouldn't mind seeing just cancel a commit ability on a 2/4. I think we could definitely see this one come back. Even if reversals don't come back, we already saw discard 2 momentum for 3/3 not get played. So let's give it a better responsibility to make it playable. Do you like Red Horizon as an IP? I really hope it comes back. I love the character designs. I think Red Horizon is fine as an IP, but I think that I think there has to be a lot of work done to kind of save its image. Because I'll be honest, the aesthetics and the artwork for it are a little, I don't know if unsavory is the word, but they're not good. They're not really enjoyable, and they're not very tasteful. So I do think a big part of it was getting like the same people to do the art for all the characters. So yeah, I think a big part of it is Genzaman art. It's just not nice. But also Gunship Revolution art wasn't so great either. But I think you could do things with the IP. I just don't know why you would, when you could definitely do your own thing, and it will probably be better. If you want a horny devil succubus lady, you could probably do a better one than Natali. I'm just saying. Speaking of Natali, we have Damnation. This card is cool. This art is cool. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it could be better. Unique 2/5 non-block. Art commit after your opponent plays an enhance ability on a foundation. Cancel its effects. This card was a one-of. Hardcore staple for a long time. Non-blocks went out of style, and committing your own foundations went out of style. But Damnation kind of always remained a staple in my opinion. I know Tamarin Cardwell feels very differently about this card. So if you guys ever get the chance to jump in his stream chat, just ask him about Damnation. Ask him why he hates Damnation so much. I thought Red Horizon was a UFS original IP. It is. It is a UFS IP. But I think you could do a better UFS IP. I think if you're not the person who came up with it, and you don't have any like emotional attachment to it, I think you should just not do it. Oh. I got a pack with no rare. Check this out. Got a pack with no rare. Womp womp. Got a showdown reprint. Yeah, well, it was a reprint then, I guess. And we got a character. So this character had some really specific meme builds. He had like a turn 1 combo where he could kill you with no foundations based on using cards like Smite. He's a 6/27 F commit, discard your hand, then draw cards equal to the number of cards discarded, which works with cards that like draw when you discard them. So you could discard 4 cards and draw 5, for example. He would be broken with the cards we have today. Was it Feral Shriek or whatever? If he could play them, I guess they're fire cards. But yeah, he had Bounce Fighter on 2 symbols. Then he has R once per turn. After you play a combo ability, add 1 card from your card pool to your momentum. So he could do like a combo to get a momentum, respond, clear his card pool, and then play a multiple 2 attack on like turn 1 and just kill you. It wasn't very likely, but I think Kevin Broberg did do it to someone at a PTC. I can't remember if it was him or my local. I know 2 different people were doing that style of game plan, but I can't remember who. Okay, we got Heidi cards. This is a Heidi pack. Nothing new on these ends, really. So here we have 2 Heidi cards. One is a card Heidi never played, and we'll get to her at the end. I'm hoping I pull the character to talk about her. So this is a World Championship attack. Sturmwaff, +0 low, 3 high 3, range tech weapon, all the good keywords. If you have the fire symbol, this gets stun 1. So it's a 3 diff, 3 high 3 stun attack. And then this attack gets 1 speed for each weapon and 1 damage for each tech. And that includes itself. It's a 3 diff, 4 high 4 stun 1. Baseline that gets bigger. This card was incredibly good. You would mostly play it with like all techs except Dagger Strike was the 1 weapon. So you'd end up with probably more weapons, like 1 more weapon in your card pool than others. But if you got this to be a 5 high 5 stun attack, you know, you play it on a 5, it gets 3/3. It's a 6 high 6 stun for a 3 diff is incredibly good. You would see a lot of decks on those symbols spamming Dagger Strike and Sturmwaff and any other 4 diff that had the tech keyword. And then here we have one of my favorite cards, German Temper. R removed, discard 1 character card, so like from your hand. After your opponent plays a card as a form, discard it from their card pool. So in keeping with normal card game traditions, whatever strategy you have, you also have the counter to it. So German Temper is funny because Heidi can respond to discard a character card and discard a character that was just played that you're trying to stack from the card pool. And it was one of the only ways to prevent character cards from being stacked at the time. Most of the time you just did it to wipe an attack, right? Remove this foundation, discard a card, your opponent gets Genkaized. Was pretty good. I don't think any other decks ever tried to do it with just characters in the deck. Heidi put like 20 characters in her deck usually. So I think I ran it as a 1 of when I played Heidi. Let's go through here. Oh, we got it. Oh, I forgot a card from the last pack. Oh, I did. I forgot a rare. All right, we're going to do 2 rares now. Get a little bonus rare going. All right, so the first one is Sensukan Kogeki. This is a Satoshi card. 3 difficulty, 1 mid block, 3 mid 3. Add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. This is just there to enable the Satoshi enhance, right? You lose a card from your hand. You make your opponent discard down to 2. Definitely got played. Definitely a lot of people trying to do kooky stuff with momentum, but not a major player in the format overall. If it added from the top of your deck, probably would have seen it in almost every deck, at least as a 1 of. But because it went from your hand, it wasn't a big deal. This card was a big deal. It was part of Pillow Fort strategies. I talked about it earlier. Cowboy Battery. +2 low, 3 high for 6, multiple 1. Add the top card of your opponent's deck to their card pool face down. So we got that Tongue Whip enhance. And then we got destroy 1 asset of your own, destroy 1 of your opponent's assets. So the synergy is kind of obvious here. We destroy Fort Negley, and then we get to clog our opponent like 3 cards in 1 attack. And then the multiple comes in and kills them because we're multiplying out a 3 high for 6. And you just got to put a bunch of stats on it. This is definitely a card that I got hand taxed on, and people play Cow Battery on a 7, and they generate another attack, and then it's over. Definitely a deadly attack for its time. Don't let the 3-speed fool you. That was good enough with the card pull clog. Alright, got some... Ooh, we got a nice rare here. And we got another character to talk about. That's good. So we got... Pudao Bone Splitter. It's a weapon asset with no block, 2/4 no block. While this card is in your staging area, asset cards do not ready. And then as form commit one non-character card in your opponent's staging area. And then if you have less hand size than your opponent, draw a card. So it's pretty cool asset hate. Most assets don't commit to do their thing though. Most assets at the time, at least, I remember were either statics or they destroyed themselves. But a lot of the statics it need to be ready anyways. But like this didn't do anything to the Fort Negley decks. So your mileage can vary a lot. But I like Pudao Bone Splitter. I think it's neat. It's an asset that draws a card. The only real issue is the fact that it doesn't ready itself and the draw is conditional means that it was just really there for asset hate rather than being like a generic value engine. Now we have Alice. This Alice, I knew someone who played a lot, but this character was weird as hell. The second Alice, 627. Once per turn, this attack gains weapon. You just give any attack weapon once per turn, I guess. And then E, name a card. If your opponent blocks your weapon, or name a card type, sorry. If they block your weapon attack with the named card type, you draw a card and they lose 2. It was such a difficult minigame. I think in today's world, if you played this character and just named Foundation over and over and over, or if you played like if you played like throws, right? And you just like name all whichever throw hate card is on your rival symbol, I think you might get somewhere. But it was tough to force the opponent to block with the correct card type to let you get any benefit. And yeah, if you just name Foundation, you would expect to get paid a lot more than you did, which kind of sucks. But oh hey, we got the turn 1 combo card. Okay. So we can talk about the turn 1 combo a bit. I don't remember it too well. But it is an ultra rare, and it is a 1 check. So we got a 1 check in here. We got Critical Split. 5 diff, 1 check. It's got no block, 3 high for 6. Combo mid attack. So you have to have 2 attacks in front of it. One of them the first one has to be mid. And then combo E, this attack gets multiple 2. Multiple copies get 3/3. And then E, add 1 card from your card pool to your momentum. So if you remember Sebastian, it's pretty obvious what we're doing here. We would do the combo enhance with Critical Split, then respond with Sebastian, and we would add 1 card from our card pool to our momentum with Sebastian. Then we would add the second card to our card pool, from our card pool to our momentum with Critical Split, and then we multiple 2, and the multiples are 6 high for 9. So that's 24 damage from 1 card. And if you get a little bit of damage from the first 2 attacks, then you definitely dealt 30 damage to your opponent. So what you would do is you would play Ulrich with this combo instead. And if I pull an Ulrich, it'll be easier to see. But so what Ulrich does is Ulrich says you can add 1 card from your hand to your momentum, and then your next combo attack gets +2 to the check. And so, and I think he might have had some damage. We'll see if we pull it, but I can't remember if he added any damage or not. But the main thing is Ulrich gave you a momentum like Sebastian did, but more importantly, he gave you +2 to the check. So you could play a 4 diff or a 3 diff mid attack. Then you play another attack and just check well one time there, and then you can use Ulrich to get +2 to your next check, and then all you have to do is check a 5 to play crit split on a 7, and then you can present like 30 damage turn 1 over 5 attacks. So crit split was a very, very cool one. The one check made it super risky, which is fine because it absolutely deletes you if it goes off. And I think it's kind of neat. I would like to see something like it in standard today. But they don't seem to like the combo keyword very much at all. Combo mid-attack seems really easy to do. So I get where you might not want to make that the sole limiter, but you also need to have momentum, right, to make everything work. We got a funny rare. We got a rare that would probably go hard today. Got any Ryukyu fans? You want to play some retro Ryukyu 1? There it is, baby. Overhead heel crush. 5 high for 10. It's blank. I have no text to autofocus on. 5 high for 10. Blank attack. Bigfoot. You smell my feet attack. That's all it does. That is a rare. Not an ultra rare, at least. That card did kill people, by the way. Sasquatch got second place in teams, mostly by hitting people with overhead heel crush when they didn't expect it. They would disrespect his character and then eat a 12 damage move twice. And all of a sudden they had to respect them. Here's our rare. It's Fast Learner. This card kind of sucks. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was going to be really good. And then it wasn't very good. 3 diff, +1 mid, 4 check. After your opponent reduces the speed of your attack, it gets +6 speed. The problem with this is the primary way people were reducing the speed of your attack was to either put it to 0, which putting it to like 1 or 0 and then back to 7 is good, but not like from your hand good. And 2, the other way they were doing it was by reducing your bonus to double the penalty, right? Like Dust in the Wind says +6 speed now becomes -6 speed. So if they had 2 Dust in the Winds and they used the first one, you can't do Fast Learner because they'll just do it again. And then R move, destroy 2 face downs. After your opponent plays an attack with 3 or more keywords, add it to their hand or commit their character. You would think this would have been way more relevant than it was, because all the Heidi stuff has 3 keywords. Keyword Spaghetti was like on every new attack, but a lot of the cantrips, a lot of the staple low diffs from before this set do not. And so it was just kind of shaky depending on who you were playing against. All right. Got another bad rare, unfortunately. But we did get a banned character. So our rare is Up in Smoke. Ooh. Up in Smoke is another 2/5 non-block. A lot of non-blocks in this set. Your ranged attack gets 1 damage for each card in your opponent's card pool. Solid, I guess. In Deadlock R commit. After your opponent plays an ability on Asset or Foundation, cancel its effects. So it's a symbol pie breaking Deadlock, but it's our first Deadlock effect. We are almost through this entire box, and this is the first Deadlock ability we've had. Deadlock was not in a lot of places, and they were not super powerful, but I liked this one. I thought this one was good. It's just that top ability is not super applicable to a lot of decks. So you pretty much never saw it. And then here's Zoe in her unerrated glory. Zoe broke the rules of the game. That's just no simpler way to put it. Let me get this. Come on. Really? Zoe was a 6-hander who has form commit, add 1 attack from your card pool to your stage face down, cost, add 1 ranged attack from your card pool to your hand. And then once per turn, your ranged attack gets 2 speed. That part, whatever. You do it on the first attack or the second attack. But the main thing was you didn't play foundations. You just played ranged attacks that ignore progressive, and 3 difficulty ranged attacks, and 2 difficulty attacks. And you just attacked your opponent as much as you could every turn, because you would loop an attack and build a resource for doing so. And she ended up getting a ban this shit chant at Worlds after like 3 people got diversified, or like 2 people got diversified or whatever playing her. She wasn't even like the top seed, but she was disgusting, and everyone hated it. Broke the fundamental rules of the game. Alright, a lot of the same stuff. Our rare is another underwhelming one, but this, yeah, just don't get paired into her. Luckily, if this was like Yu-Gi-Oh!, the format would have been just Zoe and Bomb Man, and it would have been like Zoe, Bomb Man. The Rogue deck would have been any deck playing Dagger Strike, and then there'd be like a handful of people playing Heidi with no attacks. That would have been the whole format. Alright, so Ancestral Knowledge is a cool card. I like it. It should be like where the power level of Standard should be, in my opinion. No block again. Your turn flip. If your opponent has more foundations than you, they add 1 of their foundations to their card pool. So this is like how a 5-hander gets back into the game. They're clearly going to build less than you. It fits the water card pool clogging theme. So water decks kind of love this. And it's just very simple and strong. I think it earns the no block, but it didn't have a good supporting cast. Oh, Scorch Wheel. I forgot Scorch Wheel. Yeah, you're right. The meta, yeah, you're right. The meta would have been 1/3 Zoe, 1/3 Scorch Wheel, 1/3 tech weapon decks, right? Dagger Strike decks. And then it would have been, the Rogue deck would have been Bomb Man, yeah. The Rogue deck would have been Bomb Man. That's true. There's a surprise at every event, though, right? Every Universe's event, people are like, oh, wow, that was good enough. All right. Speaking of cards that are not good enough, we got one of the weirder rares. Now, when the set first dropped, I was struggling against this attack quite a bit, actually. You guys remember Hardened Jab, right? You want to see a fair version of Hardened Jab? You want to see the true fixed version of Hardened Jab? Here's Cannon Crack, 4 diff plus 1 low, 4 high 4 Fury. Remember, Fury is new in this set. Discard 1 card, add a face down to your hand. No, you don't get to fucking build another one. You got to pick up a foundation from your stage. Stop trying to get everything for free, damn it. This is what Hardened Jab should have been. And then it also has Deadlock. This attack gets 4/4. So this is what was killing me, was one of the only Deadlock effects that I was really running into consistently at my locals was a bunch of players playing good Athena with Cannon Crack. Long forgotten by MHA. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But so I had a good symbol Athena that was playing this, and Athena builds random face downs. And so this was like their way to get cards that they needed back. But Athena was also like really tough to kill because of her ability to like flash in defensive abilities and catch you off guard and play off symbol cards when she has a clear card pool, or, you know, depending on who's your judge. And so it was like super frustrating. It was one of the only deadlocks that ever killed me. And it's because playing a 4-8 high 8 was insane at the time. Oh, we did it. I talked about it in the first pack, and we managed to pull it on the last pack. So, in my opinion, of all the rares, and maybe of all the cards in Blood Omen, this probably counts as a hot take, but it's not a super spicy one. This is the best card in the set. This is the best card that was printed in Blood Omen. It is the one that remained relevant the longest. And it's the one that I think will remain relevant longer than any other in Blood Omen. Over the top. 2 difficulty. +2 high. Basically naked lady in the art because I guess why not? Women definitely just wear lingerie to fancy balls. That's how that works, right? This card does not count towards progressive. For any reason. Blocking with it, playing it as a foundation, getting it stuffed into your card pool, adding it for cost. If it's face up, it doesn't count. And then you can add it to your card pool to look at the top card of your deck. But it's funny, when Yu Yu Hakusho came out, I started to use that effect all the time because it adds 2 damage. Whoop, this side. It adds 2 damage to Spirit Shotgun. Because it has 2 Spirit Shotgun symbols. But other than that, this was an insane card. And we've never seen this continuous ability again. Because it becomes an automatic 4x staple for almost any deck. You definitely had people who don't want to play a basically blank card. And I get that. And they're not wrong. Because it is basically blank. But it's free. You know? If it was an MHA, I do think people would argue over whether or not you should play it in some decks. And I could see someone like Carson Panos not playing it as the 105th card if you've got all that going on. But I think it would be absolutely a 4X staple. Now, we're going to talk about Heidi, because Heidi requires a lot of different things coming together. The important thing about Heidi is she is what got me excited for the set. So keep that in mind as I explain Heidi to you. Let me get this up. I don't think I have Heidi saved. Let me save Heidi. So Heidi was a very weird character. She broke the rules of the game. I don't know if she functions as written, even. And there's 2 things you're going to notice about Heidi immediately. And no, that's not a boob joke. Although, I guess, now that I've said it, that might actually be the first things you recognize. Where'd this go? Did this go to every UFS card? Ooh. There we go. Alright, so Heidi. I'll put her on screen. Heidi is a 7 hand size, 21 health character. And she says character cards with Krieger in the name can be attached to Heidi as though they shared the same name as this character. After you take damage, you have to discard 1 card with Krieger in its name attached to this character. So already you're like, whoa, that's way different. That's really cool. I get to attach all these different robots, and they all have different names, and they all do different things. We got Krieger der Son. We got Krieger der See. We got Krieger der Nacht. And we got Krieger der Bergen. And I think, oh, we're missing one. We got 5 total Kriegers. But we're missing der Walds. So Krieger der Wald, I think, is the green one. And Krieger der Wald says, if this card is discarded due to your character's effect, which again, Heidi says you discard them when you take damage, you gain 2 vitality. And then it also has response. After your tech or weapon attack deals damage, your opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. So Derwald's is the green one, so it's got a health gaining effect, right? It gains health when it leaves. It gains you health when your tech or weapon attack deals damage. We've got Krieger Dersan here. Krieger Dersan. Let me pull this over. Ooh. Krieger Dersan says if this card is discarded due to your character's effect, remove 1 card from your opponent's discard pile, and F once per turn, your tech attacks get -1 difficulty for the rest of the turn. That sounds crazy good. -1 difficulty to all your attacks? On a 7-hander? That's gotta be broken, right? Next up, we have Krieger Dersi. Krieger Dersi is my personal favorite. It's the blue one. When I played the deck, I played 4 of the blue one and not 4 of all the others. Where is it? Come on. Come on. Just focus for me. It's not going to cooperate. All right. Krieger Dersi says, if this card is discarded due to your character's effect, discard all cards from your card pool. So Krieger Dersi was really important because it was unrealistic that you would go through an attack string and not get hit once. And this would let you reset your card pool to start blocking again. And it also has R once per turn, discard 1 card before you would take damage from a blocked attack. If you would take 3 or less damage, take 0. And almost every blocked attack was, you know, like every attack you would partial block was going to be like 6 or 7, so you just had to knock it down a bit, which is good because Krieger der Nacht, or I should say that one for last, but Krieger der Nacht, the black one, has +1 or -1 damage. The red one, Der Bergen, says if it's discarded due to your character's effect, you can add it to the top of your deck. So if you get hit, you get to guarantee that you're either going to check a 6 or you get to add it back to the top of your deck and draw it again. So that's pretty good. And then it has Enhance 5+. Your opponent's block modifier gets +1 for each card with Krieger in its name attached to your character. So for every Krieger, you can get +1 speed. That's crazy good. You can get +1 or -1 damage. That's fine for a 7-hander. You've got a defensive Ophidiophobia / wall cling type effect. You've got -1 difficulty to all your attacks. And you've got the most important thing, though, which is all of these, except the blue one, are completely useless. All of these cards, I mean, someone played aggro Heidi with attacks out there, I'm sure. But all of these character cards are made pretty much completely pointless because Krieger der Nacht, Krieger of the Night, says if Heidi has 5 different characters with Krieger in their name attached to her, you form Krieger des Todes and win the game. So Heidi is just an Exodia deck where you're trying to get all 5 characters attached to Heidi. So I played a Heidi deck that played a lot of real defense and tried to stack naturally, and the only deck I lost to was Natali 3 from the Blood Omen set because she cancels all my responses that kept me alive. It became apparent after that event, and once they printed more 6 checks, that if you wanted to play Heidi, the real way to play Heidi was to just put as many 6 checks in your deck, choose to go second, and try to first form, build a mech, check a 6 commit Heidi, and then build some foundations. And then on your next turn, you probably lost like a Krieger or two, right? And then you would have some foundations and you would attach one and then try to check a six and then check a six and commit one and then check a six and commit two cards. And on three foundations, you just won the game. And you didn't attack your opponent, you didn't interact with them, you didn't even necessarily really try to block. You did have to block, obviously, but like one or two blocks here or there would get you to the next turn. And then Heidi has this card as well, which is a rare we pulled earlier. I remember this being expensive at one point in like Retro's lifetime or like way later, but I can't remember why. But it's form flip, search your deck for one character card, reveal it, add it to your hand. Or e-commit, add a character card from discard pile to the top of your deck. So that way you can just check a six. Or draw it again on the next turn. So, not only is Heidi kind of an affront to the whole game as it stands for being a zero attack deck, I was pretty disappointed because I love the alternate win condition type stuff. And I loved the idea. I love the opportunity to play a zero attack deck. But my biggest issue is this card right here. No, it's this side, damn it. Heidi. What does Heidi do? She has first F, add a character card. So she doesn't do anything without Kriegers. She doesn't start with one in play. So even if you wanted to play the game like in a normal way, she's at an incredible disadvantage just to start off. First F, just get a Krieger. It's just not interesting to me. It's less interesting than first F, build a foundation from your hand. You know, it's less applicable. It's less usable, and I didn't really enjoy playing the no attack deck at Worlds. It was funny and people didn't like it, but it wasn't really enjoyable because the win condition was so bland. And the win condition didn't involve interacting with my opponent, which I guess a lot of alternate win conditions feel like that, but once the deck started to be just put as many six checks as possible in it, and go to town and just try to like build 5 mechs by turn 2, I knew that there was a problem, right? You knew that something's wrong here, and it's not the deck I wanted. It's not the deck I was promised. And it's really sad that the character that got all the cool mech cards had such a ridiculously like specific niche that they only got used as generic aggro cards instead of being something like really cool and flavorful. So Heidi was a huge swing and a miss for me. I like the idea. I played the character at Worlds. I still am salty because I feel like I really should have done better. I really felt like I was doing so good against like the average decks in the field, but ran into like my one bad matchup on the only 2 people playing it. So actually, I got a bad ruling and then got the bad matchup. So it is what it is. But so we got Street Fighter now. I'm going to try to go through this one a little bit faster probably. There's a lot less cards that are going to be super interesting to talk about. And I do want to play some retro games. So hopefully you guys don't hate me for kind of powering through it. This one came with a nice little insert for Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers, the comic series, which is cool because we also have a Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers box to open. So if you're a fan of the graphic novels, and take a note of this art, you're going to see these arts later on in different cards, at least some of them. So yeah, Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers is a set. We did get a bunch of art from that as well. And I'm going to be opening that one later on in the week. But our box topper is Jury. This character I'm mad about because I got... The only time I ever did good at a Pro Tour circuit, I got second place to Jury. She's a 7-hander, 20 health. She has E, discard a card. Your kick gets 3 damage. Simple enough for a 7-hander. And R, once per game after you play your 5th card of the turn, you may discard up to 4 cards from your card pool, and your opponent discards 2 cards. This cannot be canceled. So, what you did was you played, like Satoshi earlier, you played a card that said players can't add cards to their hand. Then you played the card that said, then you played a bunch of actions on your first attack. So you'd play that attack. Then during that attack, you would play 4 cards. And then you would not discard a card from your card pool. You would just make your opponent discard their whole hand. So you would just get them down to 2 cards and then once per game. And they can't add cards back. And then you have plus 3 damage on every move, which was really, really good for a 7-hander. I can't stress that enough. Combine that with the symbols on the deck playing the biggest moves in the set, basically in the format, with Navos being a nearly infinite damage kick. This character won 1 PTC right before those cards rotated. What bugs me is I played all the anti-discard cards I could, but they were all bad because we've never had cards that just cancel discard effects. We just get to draw random cards, and drawing random cards doesn't help me. On top of that, when I discarded Sacrifice, which says after this card is discarded by your rival's effect, you draw 2 cards and your rival can only play attacks for the turn, it caused my opponent to take a risk to checking a 6 to win the game when they otherwise would have not done that. And then they checked a 6 and won the game. So I'm still mad that I basically baited myself into losing. Now, granted, if they didn't attack me, the attack Navos is a reversal. So they probably would have just killed me on my own turn anyways. But, you know, it's the principle of the matter. So we're still mad about that. Well, these packs are as hard to open as ever. I remember Street Fighter packs being stiff. Now we're doing it the hard way. Everybody can be mad at home if they want. Alright, so I'm going to power through these because Street Fighter was like a power level reset. Blood Omen added a few really strong things that like centralized the format around other existing strong cards. Street Fighter was trying to be its own standalone thing, so it ended up just being like lower power level. It's very much like the girl power of universes past. So we got Psycho powered. E Destroy changes the zone of this attack to mid. Solid 2/5 effect. And the enhanced commit if your charge attack is completely blocked. Commit 1 non-character card in your opponent's stage. This sounds like it'd be really good today, but it's still a little overcosted. I just don't know if you'd play it today. Oh, we got a Cammy, we got a character. Oh, there's our rare. Oh, these are... I'm going to sort through these before we go in the other packs. Flashy fighting style. This is a Ken card. He's all about stunning. He's basically like Paul, I guess, or like Paul and Mikasa together. He discards a card to get stunned too, and then he commits a foundation to draw a card. So E, your turn, commit. Add 1 attack from your discard pile to your card pool and seal it. He also likes to do combos. And then E, destroy if this attack is not blocked, draw a card, playable while committed. So Ken's whole thing is he has enhanced commit if you deal damage, draw. And then you can destroy, and then if it's not blocked, you draw again. So that's kind of cool. Save the rare for last. Let's do Keaton Ryu training. Ooh. Card cannot be flipped due to your opponent's effects. R, destroy after you flip a foundation due to your opponent's effect. Your opponent adds the top card of their deck to their card pool. So this was like in direct response to Hunt for Spires and Dragons, but they still get to build the foundation and you lose one. And they still get to flip your foundation. So who cares? Oicho throw. Stun 1, 2 mid 5 throw, no block. As was the style at the time. Throws didn't have blocks. Discard the top card of your opponent's deck. It gets damage equal to the block mod. This was a very good throw at the time. A stun 1 safe throw, so they can't reversal it, even though it's slow and easy to block. Combined with the fact that you're probably ripping a 3, and you have an 8 damage throw. Quality stuff. Rekka Shinken. I think this is part of an infinite combo. Yeah, so this one has 5 keywords. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 keywords. It gets 1 damage for each of its keywords, and for each keyword on 1 card in your opponent's card pool. How this goes infinite is there was once a card that could copy itself, and it would copy all of its keywords. And you would copy itself 1,000,000 times, because when it copies itself, it gets a new copy of the ability that copies itself. And so you would copy, 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 copy. Once you have infinite keywords, you would copy Rekka Shinken, and then you would give it infinite damage for each of its keywords. You combine that with check hack effects for the block, a little bit of extra speed hate, and, you know, extra stun, and you basically had a combo that could kill your opponent as soon as they committed out against you. Balrog was unfortunately one of the worst characters in the set, and all of his cards, I think, were underwhelming. They're all about, like, having different zones and different keywords, so it's too much going on at once. Change the zone of this punch attack playable while committed would have been great inside a limited format, but it doesn't do much if your opponent's not playing punches, and you didn't have a big payoff for your own zone change. Ken Shoryuken, 4 high for 5. Ken can play this as a reversal, and then if you have one of the Ken symbols, you get to draw a card if it's not blocked. If you have the other Ken symbol, it gets +2 damage. This is a very simple card. You can tell from Blood Omen to this set, right? It's very basic. It still has a lot of the more advanced techniques, I guess, or the advanced rules stuff. Like, it still has reversals. It still has symbol gated abilities. But these cards are very simple. If it's not blocked, draw a card. You know, if you have this symbol, get 2 damage. Here's Proud Fighter. 1/5. Your Fury attack gets +1 damage. Repeatable. Repeatable, but Furies were not their own thing at the time. And by the time Furies became a thing, repeatable +1 damage was not as important as it used to be. And then would become again, I guess. But it went out of style is the point. Flash Kick is our rare. 4 mid for 5 Guile reversals. So you can see there's a lot of character specific stuff. All of the uppercuts, I think, are either reversals or character specific reversals, which is kind of cute if you know fighting games. EX1 is kind of random, but we're here for it. And then add 1 foundation from your discard pile to your card pool. You may build that foundation face down during the end phase, and then your opponent must commit 1 card for each foundation in your card pool. This was a turn stopper. So you would block with foundations, you would play this as a reversal, and then you would stun 2, stun 3, stun 4 your rivals sometimes. And then Guile had a thing where he could build foundations when he plays attacks. So he kind of had a non-bow, unfortunately, I felt like, where this wants them to stay in the card pool, but he wants to build them on response. So it was pretty fair in the end. And as we all know, fair characters are not meta characters. Here we have Cammy. Cammy was a boogeyman before the set came out. Everyone was so afraid of this character. I heard nonstop how this character is going to break the game. She's an 8-hander. Zone change is too strong. She's worse than Mirio. Enhance change the zone of your attack to any other zone playable while committed. And then response commit. After your attack resolves, reveal the top card of your deck. Keep that card revealed. You may attempt to play that card, ignoring progressive. So everyone was like, oh my god, she's going to randomly Yahtzee into an attack. She'll get a bonus attack, ignore progressive. Her own attacks stack the deck. They stack themselves on top. And everyone's like, this character's going to have so much zone overload and just wipe you out. And it turns out that 18 health and no defense meant that she could not hang with anyone in the format, much less be a credible threat. Her own attacks were part of like a better infinite loop anyways. There's like a character out there who could just like keep drawing cards by reading or by committing foundations. So like if you got hit by the attack that award the victors itself, they would just draw it again. It's like camouflage counter, I guess. Or like award the victor, right? Like all in one on an attack. And they could just keep drawing the attack, and then it hits you and goes to the top, and then they draw it, and they hit you with it, and then it goes to the top, and then they draw it. It was like that. Alright, I'm gonna pick specific stuff out now to give you an idea of the format we're in. These are also repeats already. Okay, so that one was good. Alright, I'll put these down. So we got a couple here. Stretch kick. Stretch kick was another one of the first deadlock effects. It doesn't seem like a lot, but this was frustrating at the time. That little bit for late game could go a long way. Let me get the art on there. Here's stretch kick. This is it has 12 in the art. 12 not in the set, but Dalsum is. It's a +1 high, 4 low, 4. And then if this attack has received a speed and damage bonus, your next attack gets a speed and damage bonus. We have this now as a Todoroki card. But 4 low 4 was a lot better back then than it is now. And this was a way for Dalsum to pass his bonus twice. Same way Todoroki does. So Dalsum had once per turn +2/+2, I think to a ranged or kick attack. And then when your ranged attack deals damage, you would burn for 2. So you kind of had like +2 damage to everything, and then had one big +2/+2. This was a way to stretch it out more. And then again, the deadlock ability did become relevant because the Dalsum decks ended up being incredibly defensive. He was a character who got what was it? Yeah, after the one Akuma attack got fixed was pretty popular. Dalsum ended up having 2 undefeateds at the end of Swiss, and one of them got diversified after Dalsum was like a mostly ignored character. So a couple character specialists brewed on him really hard, and I was surprised at how good the deck did. I remember not getting a chance to see the Vegas player Ryan McClain's list in action before he went to Nationals with it. And then he went like undefeated and got diversified, and it was like a total joke, you know? So I don't know. I never actually got to see the deck in action. And I don't think the 2 decks were similar, by the way. I don't even know if they played the same symbol. Muscle Spirit. This is one I'm pointing out because this is like where a lot of design falls in this set. Enhanced Commit. If you do not block your opponent's attack, your attacks get +1 damage during your next combat phase. So blanket +1 to everything is strong. If you can stack these, they're really good. But most decks don't want to run that gambit. And stunning on your rival's turn and telling them, hey, I'm not going to block this is very difficult. Here's another example of the format and how it was like slowing down. We have a Savage style +2 mid block breaker 1, solid. Enhanced Commit, your charge attack gets +1/+1. Who the fuck is who is paying for this? Enhanced Commit, your attack gets 1/1. Come on, man. I will defend Street Fighter for a lot of stuff, but it did seem like the first set that had straight up draft chaff. Like the Breaker 1 maybe goes a long way on that card, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Our rare is a Cammy rare. Fury kick reversal. I don't even know why it's a Fury. She's not angry. Cammy's not even an angry lady. It's a 5 low 5 with no block, but as a reversal, you can commit 1 foundation to commit 1 non-character card in your rival's stage. So incredibly powerful effect to play on their turn. Hits assets, right? Hits backups now. Hold up, hits backups. Yo, we got a solution for backups, I guess. And then art card pull after the zone is changed, it gets 1/1. So you'd probably get more out of this today than you'd think. just because there's ways to change zones more often. But this was kind of like a 6 low 6 stun one, target commit on a reversal was very strong. I know Guile players like this one when they were like big on kicks with order. Um, but I think the 5 high, like the 5 difficulty with no block, is just a little too high of a difficulty for it to see play now. You can only realistically kill people in a handful of specific ways. Yeah, that's probably more true than I remember. I was still pretty new, and like we were recovering from Wheel and Steel, so I don't remember much because I didn't travel to Nats, and at the time I was basically only able to play like Vegas PTC and Worlds. So the Vegas PTC had already come and gone, and Kevin won with Pillow Fort Psyche, and then Worlds came and gone, and I had played Heidi at that event, and Zoe got banned, and Wheel and Steel and stuff. And then and then I didn't play the game again for a year, basically. There's a character, okay. Zero diff is funny. Okay, rare. Let's see. Let's look at these cards. This one has funny art. Alright. So, first up we got Personal Rivalry. This is just another one to show you that, like, Street Fighter had some of the better art that they got to use from the comic books. So I like this one a lot. I think this one's very funny. You can see Hana in the background. Karen Kanzuki, not in the set. Teased us, showed us Karen on multiple cards. Her dojo is a card. She is not in the set. But this card says, E-Destroy, draw a card. If you attempt to block your opponent's attack, your block mod gets -1. That's kind of a nice trade-off, kind of a nice payoff. It's not a super powerful ability, right? But it's got some implications. Sakura had like this theme of reducing block mods instead of speed. It doesn't have much of an impact on gameplay at the time, but speed resets did exist, and Dust in the Wind did exist, so it did kind of matter when you wanted to pump block mods instead of speed. And now we've got Yoga Fire. 5 diff non-block, 2 mid-5 stun 1. So with those stats, 2 mid-5, it's got to be a baller enhance, right? For a 5 diff, and it's not a throw? Oh, come on, help me out. E, if this attack is completely blocked, it still deals 1. I need a soundboard for when electric jolts are printed. This is the first jolt I remember. I remember not being too upset about it at the time because it didn't do anything when it hit me, except it allowed Dalsim to burn me for 3. So in Dalsim, this is basically a throw. Because if you block it, you still lose 3 health. And then Dalsim makes it a stun too. So this card was mega annoying just because Dalsim said after he deals damage, he burns you for 2. And so he has a jolt, so he can burn you for 2. And it's very corny, and I don't like it. It's just boring. And I don't think this card was even good enough to play. I don't even think the Dalsim players played it. Speaking of Dalsim, we have Esoteric Yoga. This is a rare foundation, 3 difficulty plus 2 high block, 6 control. Our commit, after an opponent adds a number of cards to their hand due to their effect, they discard a card. Powerful control piece, reusable. And then Enhance Destroy. This attack gets -4 speed, playable while committed. So this was, I think, a big reason why the Dalsim decks did really good, is they were able to control a lot of the crazy card draw that was happening, and they were playing really powerful speed hate, and they were just overall really defensive, and every time you partial blocked, you ended up taking more damage than you realize. And then we got a character for Zangief. These characters are pretty hard to read because they're all on white backgrounds with white outlines. Because we did not have the best art selection here. So he's a 532. First E, your opponent's face up attack gets -2 damage. So it doesn't even work on multiples. And it has to be your first enhance for no reason. And then enhance your turn, commit a foundation. Your next throw attack gets +3 damage. So you can't do it for reversals. You have to play an attack before you get a damage bonus. And I don't know why they were so afraid of this character. Just getting +3 damage on a throw, man. -2 damage to everything is pretty good. I think people undersell that ability a lot, actually. If you're worried about like a strict race, I think it actually is a solid character 5-hander ability at the time. Just because long strings were getting to be more popular than one big attack. But the damage bonus made it so he didn't have a playable offense, really. As a 5-hander, you just weren't affording that enhance combined with that many attacks to make it really feel good. Having to play 2 throws a turn and only pump 1 is not good. Oh, there's an ultra rare. Alright, so let's get this guy in here. Let's get this guy in here. Ooh. So we've got, let's take a look at dash uppercut. There you go. Look at all those keywords. Charge, EX, punch, combo punch. 4 high for 3 damage because it's a water card. Chaos water cards have to be 3 damage and combos. It's a 4 difficulty +2 high. It only has 1 ability. So as combo E, your opponent stuffs their card pool with the top card of their deck. Which sounds pretty good, but it's the only thing it does. It's already weaker than Tongue Whip. And again, granted, you shouldn't compare the 2 power levels there, but, you know, EX2, you have to put a bunch of damage on this. It's like a weird middle string attack. I think they overvalued EX at the time a lot. And while stuffing the card pool is really strong, a 3 damage move that you have to play second, so it's not every attack of the turn, you know. It's little tiny things like that change drastically how playable a card is. Next up we have Despise All Evil. I think this one was very cool. So 2 difficulty +3 high. Lei Fong, is that his name? Lei Fong card? Fei Long card. 2/5. Enhance your turn. Destroy 1 committed foundation. Your opponent commits 1 card. So it's kind of like giving your attack stun 1. This is kind of a reprint of Young Mercenary, which was a card that did the same thing. Why it has to be committed, I don't really know. It's not that hard to commit a card. It is weird the few times where you need to have a committed one, you don't. But I don't know. Destroy a committed foundation is how you want to do it anyways. So maybe they're just trying to teach new players how to play the game. Enhanced destroyed checks cannot be modified for the rest of the turn. So, important to note, Breaker at the time did not modify the check. Breaker at the time modified the difficulty of the card. So, it did not stop breakers from happening, but a lot of the evil characters in the set had check hacks available, and there is a 1/5 that hacks a check by 1, which is pretty popular. Next up we have M. Bison, 627. Chaos, Death, Evil, Archimate, lose 2 Vitality. After your opponent plays an ability on a non-character card in their stage, cancel it and destroy it. So very powerful effect. Almost every defensive ability, you know, was coming from the non-character cards in the stage. Defensive characters were good, don't get me wrong, but like repeatable enhanced commit style defense was more popular. So you would get more out of it, but cards that stay ready and repeatedly do things on defense were not as common either. So your mileage varied a lot. But the main thing is doing it aggressively was tough. Because once you commit, you don't get the offensive ability, which is if your rival completely blocks your attack, they lose one. So he has chip damage. And your next charge, fury, or kick gets +2 damage. The big issue here is a six-hander who has no speed pump and who has to commit and lose health to do his ability was just not well positioned in the format. Later on with character stacking rules, there is a Bison that readies itself and becomes really gross if you can Bison-tron people. But I think they're going to get rid of that rule, so that just kills another cool retro deck that never got its time to shine. That being said, we do have our first ultra rare, which is Sakura's Shinku Hadoken. There we go. This card saw a decent amount of play because it's got 4 abilities. It's a Fury ranged Breaker 1, 4 mid 6, Deadlock E, draw 2 cards. That's the Garrett Brett special. Desperation E, gain 3 vitality. That's what I played it for. And then you could commit a foundation. The block mod, the block it, got +2. So it's kind of like a 6 difficulty, 6 mid 6 that gains you some health if you're losing. It draws you some cards if the game's going too long. All in all, it's overall statted pretty well. It's a good poke attack. It's a very good poke attack, especially late in the game. When you get the draw 2 off and you can afford the commit. You know, you can, with Sakura's ability, it's like an 8 mid for 6. I think it could have used EX or Powerful to make it really feel like a late game, like Omni threat, or maybe like a stun to make it like the best opener ever, the best pivot card ever. But it being delegated to mostly as a deadlock card is not great, sadly. Okay, we gotta talk about that one. Oh, that's our rare. That's a good one. Talk about that card just because it's easy. That was relevant. That was relevant. All right. So, yeah, a couple of doozies here. Let's start with Cool and Focus. You guys probably recognize this card by a different name today. Cool and Focused. There we go. +2, mid block, 2 difficulty, 5 check. Enhance once per turn, both players mill 1. Who cares? Random ass ability, doesn't matter. What matters is when you attempt to block with this card, return your opponent's attack to its printed speed and zone. Tell me if you've seen that one before. Cool and Focus is a very cool card. It stayed like meta relevant as a sideboard piece forever. It was like an old head trick that new players wouldn't play Street Fighter cards very often, and they played big flashy cards and they get beat by Cool and Focused and they'd hate their life. So they got beat by a 5-cent common from Street Fighter. Actually, I would probably stayed like $1 because it's like uninteractable, right? It's a continuous on a foundation. So it's tough to beat. Next we have Ken's Hadoken. 4 diff, 3 mid, 4 range. This is like where commons were at in the set. First E, draw a card. That's it. This is a perfect starter deck product. This is a great limited card. This is, I don't know. This is like the simple mental load card. This is what an anti-mental load like set should look like. You know? First E doesn't even have to be there. Just make it E, draw a card. I don't even know why it's a first E. Like seriously, we're afraid you're gonna stack a card on top of your deck and then draw it with Ken's Hadoken. Give me a break. Just a 3 mid for 4 draw card. It makes sense because ranged attacks are the pokes. They're the pivot cards. They're the, ranged attacks in fighting games are the feeling out process. They're the safer, like less invested attacks usually, right? If you space them correctly. So it just being like a cantrip that lets you draw a card and see where to go from there makes sense. Love that card. Figured I'd show it off because it's so simple. And not every card has to have a wall of text on it. This is Spinning Pile Driver. 0 mid for 4 non-block. It's a throw. And it has first E, flip 1 foundation, your rival's stage. Target flip was pretty rare. This card got played in so many grindy decks. Any character that reliably puts damage on stuff probably wanted to touch the rival's stage. The Zangief first enhance never got used because no one plays Zangief, unfortunately. But it gets +2 damage for each mid attack. So this is also kind of like a finisher for him. But then you don't get to flip a card. So, you know, you probably have to pick between the two. And he's a 5-hander, so it's not going to be very big anyways. Either way, Sping Pile Driver is a really cool art. It's got a very funny face on it. Zangief makes like the same face in all the art. It's very funny. Yeah, this one stayed meta relevant all the way until Retro Series 2020, where I think I played 3 or 4 of this in Terry, just because my win condition involved my rival's stage being face down. Next up, we have Cage Fighter. Cage Fighter is now a Dobby card. Come on. There we go. 1/5. R flip after your rival makes a check to play a non-foundation card. That check gets -1. But it doesn't end the combat phase. 1/5, -1 to a check. And it works on blocks. It just can't be a foundation card. So for a long time, foundations were like the sacred cow of check hacks because they didn't want you to stop your rival from being able to build on turn 1. Cough, Shigaraki, cough. So this one was very cool. This one made big waves when it first got introduced because early turn aggression was starting to get a little out of control. In Cage Fighter, at the time it was a lot harder to just fail a check, to fail an attack, and like power through and kill your opponent. You had to be like pretty far ahead to afford that. So, you know, hitting your opponent with like a, hey, discard an attack on a 1-diff was really, really strong. Now we see a 2/4 that does -2, and it's in kind of the same place where I don't think we can afford to just discard attacks as much as we did back when we were playing Valiant Assault in set 3. So it's very interesting to see how things have evolved. Speaking of, this card is also kind of in the format. It wants to focus. We have For Mother Russia. 2 diff, +3 high, unique 4 check. Tell me if you've heard this one before. E destroy, return this attack to its printed speed, playable while committed. And then response commit, after your rival adds 1 or more cards to their hand due to their non-character effect, they add 1 card from their hand to their card pool face down. It's just Citywide Crisis. Except this works on the rival's turn, so this card is 1,000,000 times better than Citywide Crisis. Alright. Into allow the rare. Alright. Gotta talk about this guy. Alright, so. Oop. So this attack was the bane of my existence for 1 weekend in Reno. For 1 weekend in Reno, I dodged this attack all weekend until the very end. And this is a great example of clever use of game mechanics or bad proofreading. You decide. Tatsumaki Zenku Kyaku. It's Akuma's Tatsumaki. 4 mid 4. Multiple 1. Enhance your opponent discards 1 momentum. Akuma had a sub-theme of making his attacks like unblockable and making your opponent discard cards, but only if they have no momentum. So he has a lot of momentum hate for some reason. I don't really understand that one, but I guess it's like a void fire control thing. I don't know. But it also has E lose 2 vitality. If your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand, players cannot add cards to their hand for the rest of the turn. Have you heard that one before? So this is Disarming Glance, except it's not till the end of the attack, it's the end of the turn. And this required an errata because this counted rival effects. So in Blood Omen, there's a foundation that says E remove. Both players discard 2 cards and draw 2 cards. If you do it during Tatsumaki Zenku Kyaku, it's just enhance remove. Both players discard 2 cards. And then if it's Jury, they're just discarding 4 cards, and then the game's over. So this one bothered the shit out of me. The multiple on it was relevant. It's an 11 damage move in Jury. Definitely just a negative experience. I thought the Jury deck was cool, don't get me wrong, but I'm salty that I lost to it in finals. And the fact that they errated this later is just the story of my life. I have to lose to something or get a bad ruling before it gets fixed, before it gets errated or single boosted or whatever. And once this card got errated, it never got fucking played again. It was just for a jank combo. Towering over rivals. So this is a Sagat card. Sagat had like a weird thing where air and order are the stun symbols, and death is the destroy rival foundation symbol. So this has E destroy. Both players destroy one of their opponent's committed foundations. So ideally, you don't have a committed foundation. You are destroying towering over rivals, and then you get to target one of your rivals' committed foundations. And Sagat, being an air and order character, is targeted commit. So this one, I saw people like veteran players play this really well, but newer players didn't like this one because it was harder to use and way more situational. But ideally, you would get to destroy 1 for 1, and you got to pick, which is good for the long game on a 2-5. But if you did have a committed foundation, 2 for 1ing yourself was almost never the plan. But this is a good example of how Street Fighter cards were like too fair. Even though I think Towering Over Rivals is pretty good overall. Oh, you committed passing the torch to draw a card? Destroy it. Right? It's like that. And then we have our rare. Not a good rare. Intriguing challenge. 2/4 no block. Opponent's turn, destroy. Ready 2 foundations have not been readied. Just not that impressive. Not that many applications. This is a scary card because if you change 1 word on this card, and it could be multiple words on this card that you change, it becomes very, very good. But it's got all the conditions it does, so it ends up being not great. Cool art though. Not bad art. I gotta get scissors for the next one. Actually, I bet none of the other packs are as hard to open as Street Fighter packs. Alright. We've seen this one. There's that guy. Oh, that's a good one. Alright, we've seen all these. We're getting into repeat territory. Whoop. Alright, so we got our rare, which is Izuna drop. So this one wavered in and out of usability. It is, most importantly, a flash throw. So it's a 5 difficulty, 3 high for 6 throw, but it's a flash. If you are below half health, it gets 2 damage, making it an 8 damage flash throw. And then if it deals less than printed, your opponent discards their entire momentum. So I remember having a lot of interesting games both with and against this card because of that momentum ability. It's not super reliable for that though. It's reliable because it's a throw that your opponent has to have throw hate like in their hand with. And once Lord Raptor came out, a lot of Lord Raptors liked it because they could get like a 10 damage throw late game very, very easily. So Izuna drop was one of the standout cards from Street Fighter. Even if it didn't get slotted into every deck, it definitely found a home in more than one. Then we have Guile. I talked about Guile before. He's a little confused on his themes. This is one of the best aggro characters of the time, though. And Guile, to this day, is like crazy strong in a weird way. When he gets rolling, he absolutely gets fucking rolling. So, destroy one committed foundation. Again, I just feel like they're trying to teach people how to play the game. You know, I've definitely played Guile one or two times where I just checked too well, and I was like, I guess I can't pay for my character ability. Like, but you can, and I'll explain it in a second. But so destroy one committed, your attack gets 3 damage and stun one, which is just really nice. You know, that's Bertolt stats, but you know, with a fair cost. And then R commit one foundation. After you play a charge attack, add up to 2 foundations from your card pool to your stage. So it makes sense, right? You commit one foundation to build 2. But the problem is that charge attacks barely exist, especially, you know, it's only on 3 symbols. And then you have to play a charge attack with 2 cards in your card pool and then commit one. And then you're going to destroy the committed one, which makes sense. But, like, it was just very, very tough. So at different times in Guile's lifetime, he's got refund foundations that let him, like, keep rolling and keep committing and keep going. And there are foundations in retro that let him clog his card pool with foundations that don't count towards progressive. So Guile's a very feast or famine character. My only real beef is he doesn't play anything like Guile does. Except I guess he reversals really well, which I guess that's kind of accurate, but he's one of the least thematic but powerful Street Fighter characters in the set, and I think that's really my only down take, you know. But he was very popular when he came out because if you can get like a +2 to your build going, it's pretty powerful. Definitely gonna get some scissors next time. Okay. We got a funny one. Got a couple of funny ones. So, first up, I got too much hair. Second up, we have double rolling Sobot. So DJ was a character that cared about the charge keyword, so he didn't have a lot of stuff going on. And then DJ cared about whether or not you blocked his last attack. If you did, he got speed. If you didn't, he got bonus damage. And so he's got 4 mid for 6. This has deadlock stun 2 or 3. Again, we're still figuring out like what deadlock effects are good. Stun in big numbers is definitely one of them. Come on. So this one has charge, kick, deadlock, stun 3. And it's not going to show you for some reason, but there we go. If it's blocked, your next charge attack gets 2 damage. So the opposite. And then if it's not blocked, your next charge gets 2 speed. The opposite of DJ. So this is the one that you played. And then you said, no matter what, my next attack gets +2/+2. Unfortunately, that wasn't good enough to make this attack playable, because your opponent could probably just not block both of them. And then it didn't matter what the speed or the damage is. They can just reduce the damage down to nothing. But that's like what DJ's whole thing was. And then we got E Honda's ultra rare. It has some of the better foiling, but the art is kind of just E Honda's head. So this is Ultimate Killer Head Ram. 5 difficulty, 3 mid for 5, 2 check. And it earns that 2 check because it's a multiple 2. And then the E, your opponent discards cards from the top of their deck until they have discarded 4 non-attack cards, is so rarely relevant. But we did technically have a lot of decks in the previous format that were playing like 30 plus attacks. Some of them were only attacks. And so this could have been like an interesting design to fuck with those type of decks. But those decks should just be banned, and then they were. But Ultimate Killer Head Ram still being a multiple 2 made it like this nice dual threat. Because E Honda does have a sub theme of milling you out, but he's more likely to kill you right before he does. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. Last time, I guess it took me like 2 hours as well. Alright, we got the worst character in the set. We got some funny ones. Got another Oicho throw. Let's check out what a zero looks like. I like this zero. Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah, character, and then let's go here. So here's what a zero back then looked like. And this is probably one of the better zeros, technically. But not too many decks made a great use of it. Alright, friendly rivalry. 0 difficulty, +3 mid block, 5 check. Add this card to the top of your deck. This attack gets -1 damage. There was not really a combo for that. You didn't want to use it defensively because you would almost certainly get hit by your opponent, and then they would make you redraw this, which wasn't great. And I didn't see too many decks that wanted to debuild themselves to guarantee check a 5, right? Because we talked about before, debuild to check a 5 is like checking a 4, and then you gave your own attack -1, so it just never felt great. But I kind of like the design. I would gladly take -1 damage to check a 5 on my next attack. The issue becomes debuilding my ready foundation to do so. Next up, we got Electric Thunder. Electric Thunder is very funny because it has a Blanca enhance on it. So this is Blanca's rare. 3 mid for 4, +2 high. Solid stats for reversal. Stun, so you can stun during your opponent's turn. And then has discarded momentum. If it's not blocked, your opponent destroys one, which they're gonna destroy the stunned foundation if you don't sequence that properly. But if you sequence this properly, if you make them destroy a ready foundation, oh, I guess it's if it's not blocked, so it would always be after the stun. So you can't actually sequence it properly. I was just getting ahead of myself. But Blanca is after you block with it, you can play it as a reversal. So Blanca can block you with Electric Thunder and then immediately play it as an attack. And I think that's cool. I think that those types of reversals aren't bad when they're like baby attacks. But this one has stun one, so I'm not a huge fan of that coming back. And then we have Balrog. Oh, I'm going to explain Balrog, and then I got to take care of my cat for a second. He's meowing behind me. So Balrog is a 628, and he has a bunch of fucking abilities, but they're all weird. He has your charge attack gets -1 speed and +1 damage. He has your combo attack gets -1 speed and +1 damage. He has your punch attack gets -1 speed and +1 damage. And then your next check to play a punch gets +2 by committing him, and then you lose all those abilities. He's just not... He never makes up for the stat loss on speed, and it was never worth it. Here, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, I gotta take care of the cat. Ooh. Okay, where was I? Sorry about that. Balrog. -1 speed, +1 damage over and over. But he never did anything interesting with it. It made you feel like you had to play all your cards with all these keywords, which isn't true. But just think about it. Like, would you give your own attack -2 speed and +2 damage regularly? Like, his attacks were not so fast that you wanted to do that. And paying 2 life and committing a card for +2 to a check is actually just +1 to a check. I always felt like if he did have access to Balance Fighter, so he could always return, he could like commit a foundation to return his attack to printed speed, but that's still just so far to go for just +3 damage and send a vanilla move at the block step. So I don't know. I was never a big fan of that character, but it is what it is, I suppose. This is very typical of the format. This type of foundation also, I think, exemplifies Street Fighter design a lot. It's the Southern Comet. 2/5 +2 mid block. E-commit, your charge attack gets 1 speed. If it is blocked, your next attack gets 2 damage. E-commit, your charge attack gets 1 damage. If it's not blocked, your attack gets 2 speed. It's just more of DJ trying to play this like pseudo mini game where depending on what you do, he's trying to get the right stats for the next attack, and it's just very difficult to do. I believe conventional wisdom is always, if they don't block, you want to get more damage because they're not blocking, and yet if they're not blocking, they're not using a resource so they can block the next one. But then if you're doing everything on your next attack, like you give this one damage, and if it's not blocked, then the next one gets speed, then they want to block this one because you gave it damage, and it also makes the next one easier to block. So, like, there's no winning. If you're playing cards like this, you're doing it for fun and to see what your opponent will do, but there's no real game plan, and I think that that's fine, especially if you have, like, a healthy and vibrant, limited environment where goofy little games like that are, like, half the point, right? So I don't think there was a strict problem with cards like this in Street Fighter. It just feels like they were the majority of the cards, and we didn't have a pushed limited format. We still don't, really. We did it for pre-release. This was like the first pre-release where I did draft, I think, actually. I did draft for Battle for Power, like, at Gen Con. But for the actual pre-release, I think Street Fighter was the first one I did. So, like, I had fun with it, but the cards didn't translate beyond, like, a fun limited environment. So now we have Showoken. I think Showoken has an errata. Right? Yeah, this one has an errata. So we've got Showoken 3 low for 5. The art is sketchy on this one, I'm not going to lie. I don't even know. This doesn't really even look like a Showoken. But the art's a little sketchy, I'm not going to lie. Stun 2 for Sakura only. Discard a Momentum, reveal the top card of your deck. Very boring. Very not good for a 5 diff 3 low 5. So you're asking me, Sam, why would you play this? Well, response card pool after you play this card doesn't need card pool, by the way, I'm pretty sure. But after you play this card, cards cannot leave your opponent's card pool or discard pile for the rest of the combat phase. So this stops Shield Ram, this stops Tengu Dive. It blocks high, so it blocks both of those attacks. This would stop Bertolt. This would stop Mikasa. This would stop Froppy. This stops Risky Encounter. Now, at the time, it just said cards cannot leave. It doesn't say due to effects. Is old Kuwabara banned in retro? He's errated. They did ban him, and then they errated him for the wrong ability. So I don't know why they even bothered unbanning him. Uh, but so Showoken says cards cannot leave, but it doesn't say due to effects. So they had to errata it because by the way it's written, if you did this response and your opponent ran out of cards in their deck, they could not cycle because the cards cannot leave their discard pile. Your opponent would just be stuck with no deck. Also, I don't think they lose. So I don't know. It's just a very funny case of wording. Alright, I'm going to show one more DJ card just to show you like how deep this rabbit hole goes. And then we're going to move off of them. Alright. So here's another DJ card. It's another example of just DJ's design in a nutshell. If this charge attack is not blocked, draw a card. If it is blocked, draw a card. Feel the rhythm. I'm not going to do that. Maximum Rhythm is a very funny card because it boils down like it's distilled mind games. You know, the whole DJ design is actually one of my favorite ideas, but it proves why casual card designs and like competitive card designs just don't mix well. And why it's so hard to like have them coexist at all, really. Because it's very cool to me to like have all these different bonuses based on guessing whether my opponent will block or not. And it's also cool to like stack them up to say, okay, well, if you do block, I get XYZ. But if you don't block, I'll get XYZ. But the payoffs are just not there, right? The payoffs just aren't so big that it's worth taking the risk. But I do think that there's a lot of space for those designs for casual play, but all of our designs are like hyper focused on either being like just a strictly worse dog shit card that no one would ever fucking play for any reason, or they're like a really competitive card that you have to commit and flip and destroy, and when it enters you can then remove it, which triggers all your other cards, you know. There's very little in between, it feels. So, and again, the cards don't mesh at all. Like, they don't feel like they're playing the same game at all when you play casual cards next to optimal cards. So I don't know how to feel about that. I'm feeling retro is picking up a lot of steam again since AOT Spotlight is crap and not being only MHA anymore. There's definitely a shift. I think retro is picking up a lot because people are playing the game and they're going, wow, this is cool. How do I play more of it? You know, there's all these cards that it's just like with Magic. When you play Commander, you're like, wow, this is really cool. There's older cards, you know, people want to play with Gaio's Cradles and they want to play with, you know, maybe not Power 9 stuff, but they want to play with Liliana of the Veil, although I guess she got reprinted. That's not a good example. Primeval Titan, you know. People just want to play Kozilek and the Eldrazi cards that aren't legal anymore. I think it's just that. I think people who have been playing the game for 3 years are down to play the game in different ways. I don't think it has anything to do with AOT Spotlight being crap. I don't like the Spotlight formats, don't get me wrong, but I don't think the success of retro is due to a lacking somewhere else. That being said, we have Banishing Flats. Banishing Flat is a 4-diff plus 1 mid, 4 mid 4, EX2, which is funny. And then if your opponent has 3 or more cards in their hand, their block mod gets plus 3. Not very useful. Not a very good effect at all. Not a very good attack. But what it does do is after you block a ranged attack with this card, it deals no damage, and this card gets Breaker 1. So why I selected this card is this card is a cool flavor card. It's not super useful competitively, but it doesn't have to be. The person who designed this card understood like what it's about. And Banishing Flat is one of Zangief's other ways to get through fireballs in Street Fighter Alpha and Street Fighter 4. And so he normally does the spin and the fireballs go past him, but that takes a long time. You can bait it out. It's hard to advance with that move, and people can punish it easily. So instead, he has a move called Green Hand or Banishing Flat, which he can use to basically bounce off projectiles, right? They clink, they clash, they get negated by this, and then it's faster than fireballs. So it gives Zangief a little bit of an advantage, but it's harder to space. So it's cool that they realize, like, hey, here's a special move for Zangief, and it's mostly an anti-ranged attack tool, and I like that that made it into the final design of the card. Now we have Yoga Flame. 5 diff, 3 mid for 5, stun 2. Very similar to Yoga Fire. This time we have EX. If you discard a momentum for the EX, you get +1 to the stun rating. And then you can change the zone to high, but that makes it like a 6 diff. So this is tough. This was our rare. It's a 3 mid for 5, stun 2. I think if you're not playing Yoga Fire, you're probably not playing this one. But they did give Dhalsim a lot of stun attacks. So you might be able to get in. Dhalsim only having stat pumps to one attack like Todoroki, and then having a lot of stun moves like Todoroki is kind of interesting. I don't know if I realized just how similar those two character designs are, and I don't really know why they are. I know why it is that way for Todoroki, because the ice side freezes, but I don't know. Alright, we got one of the old memes. If you're an old head, if you're a shameless card player, if you have zero shame and have been in the game for too long, you're going to recognize this guy. You're going to recognize Borscht Aficionado. I got to get the autofocus first. There we go. Borscht Aficionado. 2/5 +2 mid block. E commit, your mid attack gets 2 damage. E destroy, draw 1 card. That is a perfect limited card. This is a perfect draft limited environment card. This card is absolutely perfectly fine for draft. It is a card I would draft, maybe not first in the pack, but very early. And most importantly, look at his face. He's making the same face in every card. If you are a Borscht aficionado, then that means you, I believe, are a $10 patron on my Patreon. And if you're a $10 patron on my Patreon, that means you can commission one video every month. Now, my $10 patrons don't take advantage of that as much as I would like them to, but I just gotta put it out there, a little self-promotion. If there's a game that you want meme edited or commentary or coaching or feedback, for $10 a month, you get a free commission. Well, not free. I mean, it's free. It comes with the one of the benefits of the $10 tier on Patreon is you get the commission videos. So I think it's called the Borscht Aficionado tier. That might be the $20 tier, but either way, the $20 tier you get 2 commissions. So we got Ultimate Atomic Buster, 8 damage throw, 6 difficulty. If you're Zangief and you're below half health, it's only a 5 difficulty, 8 damage throw. But the damage cannot be reduced below printed quality. And then discard a momentum. Your opponent discards a card, commits 1, and discards 1 momentum, and you draw 1. So it's kind of like Ravages of War, except blockable and slow. And costs a momentum. And is a 2-check instead of a 4-check. Wow. Yeah, this is like the original Ravages of War. But the fact that it cost a momentum and was a 2-check made it not something you could reliably just like string out with. And I don't think the throw decks really cared if you had cards in your hand. Throw decks were probably not chewing through your hand that fast. Alright, we gotta speed through the last half of these. I'm gonna look for really important cards, but I'm also gonna try to get through these. I still gotta have dinner ready for other people. So we got our rare is Securing His Destiny. This one is still one of my favorites. I still try to fit this in decks, although it probably doesn't keep up today. Art is sick though. Love the art. 2/4 art remove after your opponent plays a non-keyword ability on an attack. Cancel its effects, baby. You love to see it. It's kind of like Vast Strength, but not quite as good. Not quite as all-encompassing. Very simple card, very cool card. Underrated for its time, but appropriately costed. And then we have Akuma. Akuma was weird in this set. I was not that happy with this Akuma design, but I don't think it's a bad design. I do think it's thematic and flavorful. He's a 625 E commit. If your opponent discards 1 momentum, and then if it's your turn, they also discard a card, which is gnarly as fuck. But then it also has enhanced destroy 1 foundation. Your opponent's next check to play a card gets -2. So you had like a pseudo breaker as long as you could afford to destroy the foundation, which these symbols kind of couldn't, but it works as speed and it works as defensive breaker. And then your opponent has to fail cards to get rid of the check penalty, or else they can't pass the block if you keep stacking it, because it's their next check to play a card this turn. So if they don't do anything and you play 3 attacks, that's -6. So I like that it encouraged your opponent to waste their hand to get rid of the penalty, but also he had a discard plan. But finding the damage was always an issue. All right. Okay. We got a pretty good example of the shortcomings of the set. And that is this ultra rare. I think this is the first ultra rare ever pulled from Street Fighter box too. So, Crazy Buffalo. Crazy Buffalo is the Balrog ultra rare. It's a 4-diff 5 mid 5, no block 2 check. So that means it's got to be fucking crazy, right? 4 difficulty 5 mid 5, unheard of. Printed, combo punch and a 2 check. There's so much shit happening. How crazy could this card be, Sam? There's like 5 conditions on this card. It can't block or check. What's it do? It gets 5 damage and Balrog draws a card. You play it on a 6 and it gets 5 damage. And if you're Balrog, you get to draw a card. Have you ever wondered why they power creep ultra rare? That's a 4/2, by the way. Granted, a 4 difficulty 10 damage move is pretty good by itself, but a 6 difficulty 10 damage move. Alright, this is another unfortunate this is another unfortunate card. It's only rare this time, but this one's kind of funny. It has weird applications, and I have tried to make burn decks, like combo Mr. Compressed style decks with this. So Psycho Crusher +1 mid block, 4 high for 5, 5 div. So the stats aren't great. But M Bison lose 2 vitality. This attack gets stun 2. That's much better. 4 high for 5 stun 2 is solid. And then enhance commit 1 foundation. For the rest of this enhanced step, after you lose vitality as part of a cost, your opponent loses 1. So I've tried to brew where I like cut myself a million times during one attack. It was never really possible. It might be now, but probably not, because it's still only one enhanced step. But I don't hate the idea. There just wasn't enough like ways to feel really good about it, which is good, because if there was enough ways, it would feel really bad, right? Next up, we got Fei Long. Fei Long I talked about earlier, 718, Mr. Bruce Lee himself. Once per turn, change each combo requirement on your attack to combo. So if it's combo, mid-attack, it's now combo. It changes all of them, so you still need the same number of requirements. They just all say combo now. And your face-up attack with a printed damage of 3 or less, it's 1 damage for each attack in your card pool. So pretty normal stuff. The only really bad thing is it says face-up. If you could play his own ultra rare as a multiple, it generates face downs. And so it's kind of weird that they gave him that, but the multiple keyword is like historically the strongest keyword. So making these characters care mostly about face up attacks is kind of important. There also wasn't a lot of multiples in the set. There's very few multiple attacks in the set itself, which is fine. So let's talk about these. So here's one that would, I think, stand up in today's world. This one is a charge kick. It's called double knee press. It's one of Bison's iconic attacks. And I love that Akuma is just no-selling it. Akuma just doesn't give a fuck. But it's a 4 high for 4, +1 high block, which is nice. And then it has your next check to play a charger kick gets +1, which is solid. But when you're in desperation, this gets +2/+2. So I think this is a great flow card. It gets really powerful late game. Having a 4 difficulty, 6 high 6 that effectively, +1 to your next check is really, really solid. It was really good at the time, but it wasn't crazy because it wasn't always a 6 high 6. If it was, probably would have been way, way better. And then we have Sonic Boom, Guile's iconic attack. This one's a 3 mid for 4, +3 mid block, but it has Breaker 2. So this card got a lot of play because it was an attack with Breaker 2. And then both players adding the top card of their discard pile to their card pool. And then if you added a foundation, you get 2 speed. Remember that Guile destroys committed foundations for cost. So you get to clog your rival's card pool. So you get like fake 1 speed there. You get +2 speed from itself. So you're like fake 6 speed. You got stun 1 from Guile. So it's like a fake 7 speed. And you got 3 damage from Guile. So this is like a 4 difficulty, 7 mid 7 that has a +1 speed from clogging the pool and your Guile, so you're stunning on everything. This was a great opener, and I definitely got finished off by this card just because trying to calculate the card pool clog and expecting Sonic Boom as the final attack was really tough. And then it's got breakers, so Sonic Boom was one of the best designed cards, I think, in the set. If you play it in Guile, it gets really fucking big. It sets you up to loop foundations that you want to loop. It sets you up to build that foundation back. Just very, very solid 4 difficulty, 3 mid 4 design. And then next we have the Path of Ansatsuken. If you guys don't know, Ansatsuken is... True Path of Ansatsuken. Ansatsuken is the Assassin's Fist. It is technically the Shoto karate martial art style that Ken and Ryu learned from their master. Their master is Akuma's brother, and so he knows the true path of the murder fist. And that's them in the art. That's Akuma and his brother. Was it not Goki? Oh, I'm blanking. I should really know his name off the top of my head. Anyways, Goki is Akuma in Japanese. But so that's the two brothers fighting over the Assassin's Fist. And it just has E, your turn, commit. Your opponent has 0 momentum, they discard a card. It's a 3/5 unique. I don't know if you'd play this card today, but I definitely would be intrigued, and it would definitely be more playable today than it was before, just because it's so much more reliable to get big damage. But I do remember being very afraid of this card in this sort of setup. It turns out that there was better ways to make me discard my whole hand, though. So it ended up not being that one. So here we got Rescue Mission. I like this card a lot. I could see this one come back in a world where we maybe need to replace defensive abilities, or if we want them to also flex and be offensive. So that's Team Delta Blue right there. That's Cammy's official, British Secret Ops. Enhance remove, change this attack zone to mid. So you don't get to choose, right? It has to be mid. And then if it's your attack, it gets +2 speed. And if it's your opponent's attacks, reduce it to 1. I think that's very, very good for a 3-diff, right? If your 3-diff is just make it the worst attack, or make it the worst zone and give it +2 speed offensively, that doesn't sound good. But when you're playing it for the defensive side, and it can have an application on offense to end the game, I think that's cool. Changing it to mid sounds really good defensively until you don't have a mid. So I like that it's not a choice either. It's not like rezone it to a showdown zone and then kill your opponent. Alright, we got a couple of good ones here. Got one of my favorite cards in the set. And this is one of the better cards. Now, I didn't like this card at first because it's a 1/4. But when they printed it in My Hero Academia, this card went fucking bananas. We got Haunted by Loss, destroy 1 committed foundation. This attack gets -2 speed. That's just release. Well, it's not as good as release, but, I didn't like that card at first, but by the time they had Life Wall decks with Spike 1 come around, I was like all on board, bro. I was like, hell yeah. So that's kind of just like release back in the day. But it's a 1/4, so instead of a 0/4. And then we've got one of my favorite cards, one that I played in Retro as recently as 2020. I won a Retro Series championship with this card in the deck. It'll focus in here. Ooh. There we go. Focus. So this is Pink Gi. So Dan is not in the set, but he's got a couple of reference cards. I think he has 2 assets. I think he has 2 different assets. So +2 eye block, 4 difficulty, 4 control. Taunt keyword for no reason other than it's Dan. And then R remove, after your opponent plays an ability on their character, cancel it. Just tell them to shut up. Tell them no once per turn for you. I love this card. This card's crazy. It's worth it. It's a 4-diff. Come on. 4-diff and it removes. And as E-commit, if your attack is not blocked, draw 2 cards. If it is, your opponent draws a card, which I love that design. I love cards like that. It's a big risky card. Obviously, you can tell yourself, well, you would never use it unless your opponent can't block. But Barrier Shield exists, so I like it. I think it's very cool. I'm a big fan of Pink Gi. Here's another card that is hard to explain why it's so good. Hopefully you guys understand why it's so good, and I don't have to do the math. But this is a Vega Foundation. It's Masked Assassin. 3/6, unique. R, lose 1 vitality. After an attack is played, it gets +1 or -2 damage. So, lose a health for -2 damage is actually -1 damage. unless you gain the life back during the enhance, right? But it's response speed, and you can do it offensively, so it buffs your attacks. And then as R Destroy, after your attack deals less than its printed damage, your opponent loses 2 vitality. So it can kind of help you close out games. A little bit of a +3 damage on a game ender. But for the most part, people just used it as -1 damage on everything, which wasn't super common back then. It also had a 6 check, so it was pretty easy to include. But yeah, it's a weird one. It's kind of hard to explain, but -1 damage to every attack was not that easy to achieve. And a lot of characters, especially Vega, want to be at a low health. So they want to lose health, but just not all of it at once. And then we have Sagat. We pulled a Sagat character. Sagat is one of the cooler designs, but he's also one of the least functioning designs. He's a 627 Air Death Order. He has your attack, add the top card of your deck to your card pool face down, commit 1 rival foundation. So self-clog yourself to target commit is a difficult it's a difficult cost to overcome, but it's a really strong effect. But then he has enhanced commit, discard up to 2 cards from your card pool. So clearly he has a way to offset some of that extra difficulty. But most of the time I found more success when I didn't do the top ability until like the last attack, and I just had E-commit clear 2 cards. E-commit clear 2 cards is so good. It's actually so good. And we just didn't do the face down bit. Now granted, in today's world, in retro, you can probably offset that cost on the death symbol and the order symbol very, very easily. I think Sagat was one of the best characters you could play in draft. We had a turbo format, which had like 40 card decks, which he was good in. And then in retro, he's got a lot of tools that make him just target commit everything your opponent has. And he can basically ignore the extra progressive. So Sagat might be the character I build for the WWW. But it's really going to depend on how my Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers box looks. Because I already got an admission fees. And so if I do play Sagat, or if I have a Sagat deck, I'm probably better off playing Akuma than I am playing Sagat. So we'll just have to see how that goes. We got a demanding submission. This is a very funny card. I've always wanted to win a game with it, but your opponent has to walk into it. This is a 2/4 no block that just says R Destroy. After your opponent plays a keyword ability, cancel it. If that keyword ability has a rating, your opponent loses vitality equal to its rating. So I almost never got my opponent to play abilities with ratings. If they did, it was probably a stun ability that would have stunned this out, and they're just forcing me to destroy one. So I have had, I have seen it come up big where the opponent just can't play the ability, which is nice. When you lock them out because they're at like 2 health. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that come back. But I don't think you should print abilities that burn health if they can't kill people. And I think that's one of the abilities that you might not want being able to kill people. So you probably don't actually print it if that's the case. But who knows? These are all repeats. We got a well-earned relaxation. Another one of the better arts in my opinion. Let me get the focus first. Ooh. We almost had it. There we go. Alright, so well-earned relaxation. He's just big chilling. +1 breaker high block on a foundation, baby. 3/5, 3/6, sorry, 3/6. E destroy. This attack gets -3 damage. Kind of similar. Now in attack on time, we have 3/6 flip for -3. But it didn't have a second ability that's playable while committed. And that is after your opponent removes any number of cards from the top of their deck, they remove an additional card. And this is not unique. So you could get a bunch of these stacked up. And if you're playing like the actual Mill Honda deck, you could get a decent amount of removes every turn. Granted, I think Honda removed from discard on face. Not... So you had to play his attacks, but my point stands. You could get a pretty decent mill going that actually created a clock. And it wasn't difficult. Alright. I'll do these three. So you see one of our only deadlock effects. We haven't seen much deadlock in this set at all, much less than they do now, which is smart. Deadlock is wasted ink so much of the time when the card could have just had a second ability. So we have United States Champion, +2 breaker low block. E commit, your stun attack gets 2 damage, not great. Deadlock E destroy, draw 2 cards. I think this is a great limited card. I think breaker blocks and limited on uncommons is fine. I think it's one of the more interesting ways to like interact in a limited environment, especially on off block zones. Stun attack gets 2 damage is just basic enough that, you know, if you're designing around something like that, or I should say drafting around something like that, it's cool. And then Deadlock Destroy Draw 2 is one of the better Deadlocks, but it's not a game changer. And then we have Lightning Cannonball. This is Blanca's Ultra Rare. Oh, EX is new in this set too. So Street Fighter and I guess Blood Omen introduced EX. So EX is like the Street Fighter keyword to make things faster, right? It's powerful, but for speed. And it had not existed until Street Fighter came around. It seems like they would have debuted in the first set, right? It's the same keyword, but for both stats. 4i for 5. Your opponent discards the top 2 cards of their deck. This attack gets 3 damage for each foundation card discarded this way. And E commit 1 foundation, change the zone of this attack to low. So this has the potential to be like a 4 low for 11. You could EX it to make it really fast for 11 damage. But it's kind of random, which is what Blanca is. And then it's got a zone mix-up that Blanca can just choose not to do. Come on. Oh well. That's Lightning Cannonball. One of the better arts. One of the better foils in the set. There we go. A lot of the comic book art shows movement by drawing the character in 2 different places, right? But I don't think it looks too bad. I don't like that for card art too often. But it is from a comic book, so it's a lot more understandable. All right, we got 2 packs left. All right. Got another DJ card. Big sad DJ card. So we got the Sobot Carnival. So this one's funny. A lot of people have brewed with this. There is some ways to make this card look better than it is. It's a 3 mid for 4 diff, +3 high block, a lot of keywords. If it's a second copy in your card pool, change its zone to high and it gets +3/+3. So it's a 4 diff, 6 mid 7 or 6 high 7. Or if it's a third copy, you played it on a 6. You change it to low and it's an 8 low for 9. So you play it on a 6, it's an 8 low for 9. That sounds really good, especially since DJ is making it either a 10 low for 9 or an 8 low for 11. But I don't even know how this card works. I don't know if you have to play the copies. I don't know if they have to be in order. You know, like, I don't know if you add one, like which one counts as which. So there have been a lot of people who try to brew with this to get like the big like bonus. But getting 3 of it into your card pool is not easy, and the payoff is not that great. So, man, opening packs takes longer than I thought. How do Magic people do this for hours on end and just make gazillions of dollars doing it? How do I get that pay money wubby money? How can I get someone to pay money wubby money to me, or pay me money wubby style? How do I get wubby money? Alright, so we got our last pack. Our rare is kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. This one's tough, but it's flavorful because double lariat. I talked about lariat earlier. This is a 2 mid for 5, right? Fury multiple 1 because he spins a lot, so it's got multiple, and it's a multi-hitting move. It's got E, this attack, and its multiple copies cannot be blocked by range cards, which makes sense because if you remember, we talked about earlier, this is Zangief's like classic way to go through projectiles because he doesn't have one, so he gets to spin, and they go through him. And then Deadlock E, just pick up a throw. This is one of the better Deadlock effects in the set, but it's a non-throw that you play in an otherwise all-throw deck, and it's too slow to not be a throw. So unless you can make it a throw and the multiple a throw, you're probably not playing an attack this slow. Does that make sense? Either way, it is one of the better Deadlock effects. It's just not a good attack before Deadlock. And then last but not least, we got E Honda. So E Honda is a 534, pretty chunky for the time. I do think 535 was a little more common too, though. And he's got a really cool sub theme on mill, but he also just has a really good response, which we now see on six-handers. And he has R once per turn. After your opponent plays a card as a block, seal it or seal one non-character card in their stage, draw a card, which was a big deal. Your opponent blocks and you become a six-hander was excellent for its time. And if your opponent blocks a printed 5 difficulty attack, so only 5, not 5 or more, which is kind of sad, they remove the top 4 cards of their deck from the game. Just straight from the game. So a straight up remove 4 off the top is a crazy mill, but you're a 5-hander who's only playing 5 diffs, and they have to block, so you're probably not getting that game plan out. But when games get like way stretched out and it's getting super duper late deadlocky, Honda did force the issue. So I don't hate his design at all. I think he is one of the better designed mill characters, if only because he does reward a proactive game plan on the front end. But I do think it's kind of sad that I can't focus on the mill. I can't really make the mill my game plan. It's just a backup plan. So I don't even know how much I qualify him as like a great mill character and not just like a great character that utilizes different game mechanics. So that being said, I'm going to see where Malcolm's at to see if we can play a retro game here. Let me see if he's still around. Let's see if we can't play some retro. I think we can. Let's just see if it's possible. Let's see what's going on. Might be too late. This took twice as long as I thought. Okay, cool. We got some Street Fighter decks going. Let me pop on over to another screen here. Alright. Where is the display? Not that. Ooh. There we go. Alright, we're back in our normal spot. Let's get some Tabletop Simulator going. The simulator you all know and love. Let's play some retro. All right. Me jump in over here. Actually, I can just call him. All right. Oh no, it didn't save my deck. Oh no. That is not what I was hoping for. Okay. That's okay. We can still do this. I'm gonna play some different decks. Hey, what's up? Oh, I did not see the little thing lighten up.
There we are. I
Oh,
can see
there
you
you
now.
are. Hey, there we go. All right.
All right. So do you want to play against the 6-hander or the 7-hander first?
You pick.
Mm-mm. Let's do jury just because Guile's a little bit more involved.
Okay. I'm gonna edit the where'd my deck? Oh, it's over here.
Uh,
Let me see if I can slap together this combo.
I was just like, yeah, while he's doing that, I was like, let me build. I was already working on a jury for a retro deck profile for my channel.
Nice. Yeah, I saw you were doing quite a bit, I guess, of retro stuff. I mean, more than anyone else, really.
Yeah. I think I have just found my niche within the content creation of universes. It works because, like I said, primarily an altered TCG content creator. That's what's growing the channel. That's what's getting the views and stuff like that. But like Universes Retro is kind of like that palate cleanser. Like it's not doing the numbers, but I enjoy. Not that I don't enjoy my other stuff, but I enjoy making the retro videos.
Yeah,
Say
it's
retro.
I guess it's something that I wish I had more energy for. It's very tough for me to do any kind of content where I'm not confident in what I'm talking about, right? And
Yeah,
when it really comes down to it, there's so much in this game that makes it difficult to be confident. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So I'm always I'm always a little afraid to make content where I'm like, oh shit, am I just talking out my ass? And at the same time, like, it is just generally beneficial to people to be able to get some basis. You know what I mean? Like, it's even if you're not like 100% correct, like they still need help from someone somewhere. So I think it's very cool that you're like making this content now.
Yeah, it's just again, it was just like I said. Looking through the card pools, I said, of course, I didn't understand metas or anything involved, and that's kind of like why I did the retrospective thing. Talking to people who lived through those metas, so they can explain, what the deal was. But then, like, my joy has been uh, finding out like some of this old stuff, or like seeing these old lines or play styles, and then like immediately going to standard and seeing like, is this something that's viable that I can do now, or um, or is this character some type of, is there some type of play style I can do now? Like I got a Vex build on Earth that's primarily it's the Stormer Arrows deal for the attack lineup. But the foundation build, mark your prey. Since say you play an attack, you flip a foundation. And then Earth also has the beauty of having massive drunken fighting and titanic combat. So not only do I get to just freaking flip your stage, I also get to commit it as well. But I came across that idea all because I had ran across a Vicious deck profile. I was like, Vicious gets to do this, except he was paying Vitality. Vex just gets to play a cantrip action that she gets to pick up every freaking turn. And then I can have the foundations be the thing that's committing the thing. And then the damage, I was just like, so it works out. It's the reason why I hadn't played it yet, because the ranged weapon package was kind of lacking. It did get some help with the taking the shot, whichever one, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then now and then this Origins of Power, I think it's like the Thunder Spear or one of those. There's another like it's the Hanji Ultra Rare, and then there's also like an uncommon ranged weapon attack that looks super dope. That I think it was under one of Vex's attuned symbols I was looking at. And then I just finally decided to add, because card draw is an issue with the ranged weapon package and under the earth symbol. It's so funny to say card draw is an issue under the earth symbol now.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, I might just have to do battle or release. I mean, it's range, so I still would get like stats benefits. It'll just be, Storm of Arrows just won't be able to do anything with it. But that's a small price to pay for what that card does. What's the password on the server?
It should be 123.
Okay, I thought that's what it would be, but I didn't want to get it wrong because for some reason getting it wrong, it takes it forever to take you back to the servers to try again.
You are correct. It does do that.
It's just like, no.
I am putting together a funny Koofy deck, so these might not be the best examples, I guess, but this is casual retro.
Heck yeah.
Is Chimeric Abyss cool? I guess it's not on a ban.
I would say, yeah, if you go on UVS and click on retro and it shows up, then it's not. So
I
have no clue what I'm doing either. I laughed because I looked at Jury and then, I did the thing to see what her kit was for the set. And I was just like, oh, she was just a character card. And then I have to remember that, like, this is when Street Fighter 4 came out. Jury was a new character in that game. She wasn't, Street Fighter 6 Jury, one of the most popular. She's the Harley Quinn of fighting games, right?
Yeah, she really took off on 5. But 4, like, so to be a recurring character in a fighting game, you already have to be, like, insanely popular, right?
Yeah. And her competitive viability, I think, is what kept her along again with the crazy girl. Everybody, oh, I can fix her vibe.
Fix her.
It just worked out. And I was just like, oh, great. I can play with Jury and then have a funny thumbnail that I'm sure is going to get me views just for the fun of it. I get to do something fun with it. But plus, it just worked out because I was looking to do something with the kick package just because I miss it. Retro, and then she had the void symbol, and we were just on from there. Although I will say, Aaron Evil with the Tekken decks did present something that's interesting because, like, Jin's kicks in his deck they're neat. They do some neat things. So
Okay.
yeah, you're good. So if it makes you feel any better, it literally, I did that. I touched up the Jury because I had it was a 100 card deck. I was just adding ones and twos of stuff until I could cut down what I thought was okay.
Right.
But the rest of the box one and then the Street Fighter box, it took me just to build a Guile deck I felt comfortable playing with.
Yeah. All that goes.
Yeah, because again, I'm reading cards for the first time. But no, it's definitely been like a fun journey. Like I said, I came in around Crimson when Crimson Rampage was new. That's when I got introduced to universes. But it's been a blast going like back through the past. Like Wednesday, I'm playing Toga 4, just so I can play Quan Chi. But um, Quan Chi, yes. Um, so I plan on having a ton of fun with that. And then again, I don't know, just talking with some of the veterans of universes, and then looking through cards and stuff like that. It's just I've had a ton of fun as somebody who's like getting brand new exposed to this, and like the feedback's been it's been pretty positive. People sharing like some of their memories in the comments and stuff of like
Yeah.
certain cards or decks that they had seen. And so I don't know. I just love the little anecdotal stuff. It feels good to have the newer players bridge with the older players and like bring back some of those memories. Like Tim, when he was telling me about the PTCs and the diversity rule, I was just
Oh,
like, yo, that's insane.
even get me started on. Don't even get me. I I remember because diversity. I think if I remember correctly, it was a thing in Raw Deal, but I didn't really play Raw Deal competitively. I played Raw Deal like in 6-person multiplayer command, and
All
like
right.
I thought that was like the normal way to play card games. Didn't play one on one after we graduated from Pokemon. We just didn't play one on one, and no one's feelings ever really hurt. And like,
Yeah.
uh,
I
I remember thinking the rule is cool because it stops people from playing the same character. But I was
yeah.
12, and as an adult, I'm like, this is what.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played Commander before, but between Marvel dropping and then they announced Final Fantasy characters as well too, I might have to just dip my toe in the Magic.
Dude, that's everyone complains, and then it works. Everyone wants to complain, and then it's I'm playing Storm. I'm playing Aurora,
Yeah.
dude. She gives all my cards. She gives my card Storm when she hits or when she. They got me.
Yeah, so yeah, that's exactly what I did too. When I was at Gen Con, I did the demo, and then I had bought that Blitz deck or the whatever they're called now, First Strike, I think now. I was just like, yo,
I'm
this is
stuck.
way better than playing Ira over and over again.
Oh, for Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, for Flesh and Blood.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it. I don't know. I wanted to like Flesh and Blood so bad, but I got so cold on it. It just took no time at all for it to feel like I'm playing the same game over and over, no matter how many times I play. Which is
It Yeah, it felt to me like I don't know if you remember. I guess I'm telling on all of us. I don't know if you remember Bushido Blade on PlayStation.
never got to play
Uh,
it actually.
oh, yeah, that game it felt like that too. Like don't get me wrong, I enjoyed playing it, but like all the battles kind of felt the same since it was a Vital Strike
Right.
um,
It's like how many
system.
different
So
moves are there?
yeah. So I mean, don't get me wrong, and that's kind of like I always bring that up when we're talking about the realism when people are just like, oh, that's not realistic. I was just like, okay, but if you make it too realistic, sword fights are not going to be these lightsaber dance
Right.
choreography scenes that you see. It's going to be quick pokes, slashes, and that's
Well,
it.
and like I personally like that stuff. I like fencing. Like Olympic fencing is
Oh
boring
yeah,
as shit to most people. But I think Olympic fencing is interesting, but it's gotta be quick. And that's my issue with
yeah,
fencing is if you're watching like a tournament, it takes forever to
yeah.
get through everything. But if you're watching like highlights of fencing and like people are breaking down what's happening, same thing with like MMA, it becomes like way, way, way cooler so fast.
Holy, yeah. I'll keep this hand.
I will put three. Oh, this is
Yeah,
funny.
let's go
I like where
on
this is
a
going. You might
on a
not, but I
two.
like where this is going.
That's funny.
So for those at home,
Uh,
really quick, if you don't remember, I talked about both these while opening packs, but Jury 7 hand size, 20 health. Discard a card, your kick attack gets 3 damage. And then once per game, after you play your 5th card this turn, you can clear up to 4 cards from your card pool. Your opponent discards 2 cards, and it can't be canceled. And then Ulrich is 626. Once per turn, add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Your next check to play a combo attack gets +2. And then discard a momentum. Your opponent must discard 1 card as an additional cost to play their first enhance. This enhanced step. So kind of a discard thing, but I have to do it first, right?
Right.
During your attacks, you're probably going to play the first enhance and it won't matter.
Let's go on a 3, on a 5. Hey, it fails. Over your way. I'm so happy I get to play this card in my hand. This will be the first time I ever get to play with it.
I will draw my extra card. You're going to hate me for but let's play City Rampage on a 5.
Yeah.
I'm going to respond to the check with Shiki Zoku Zoku on a 1. After you make a check, it gets +2. So I check the 5.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to play City Rampage on a 6. I'm going to play Shiki Zaku Zaku to check a 6 and commit Ulrich. And then this isn't as good as I wanted it to be because I had to commit Ulrich, but I'm going to play Chimeric Abyss on a 9. Oh, I'm going to fail. Okay. Your turn. I'll let people know what it does when I pass it. Damn, bro, I had to use Shiki. I had double Shiki and double City Rampage, and I checked only 3. That's so sad, man. I literally checked the 3 on every card that wasn't Shiki.
I did not see the
I was
cards
gonna go crazy.
See. But we can always do fun things.
Oh, I'm actually mad salty now. Like, I didn't deserve to pass that, don't get me wrong, but, like, I thought I was going to.
Yeah, let's go. We'll go high engine kick on a 4. It checks. No responses.
No response.
Yeah. I will get rid of this, calling for backup. Give it +2 speed and draw a card.
I'll pass.
I don't want that one either. So we'll do this. We'll toss this for 3 damage.
Pass.
I'll pass as well. 6 high for 7.
Attempt to block on a bazillion. 6/7.
Yeah. That would be greedy. But I like it. On a 5. Oh, man. Check the 3.
Respond with Shiki's Uzaku.
Let's go 4.
You don't got Shiki's in there?
No. We'll do 5. I'm plan on taking 5 damage. Yeah, we'll say if this hits, I get to draw a card.
Okay. Spoiler, it's hitting. I'm passing every.
Yeah, I will pass as well. It's a 4 high 4.
I'm at 15.
Yeah, I'll draw my card. I forgot to call for backup, but that's okay. Let's go Beast Hunter on a 4.
I'm not
Checks
dead.
the 3.
Surprised
go 4. I wanted to, but I need this thing called momentum. Let's go elimination mode on a 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. It checks. And then we'll try Feifei on a 5. God dang it. We'll pay for it. 4 or 5. And I'll pass your way. I will pass your way.
I'll review.
He's
Depositor charger, draw 6. I'd have thought that we were gonna, I don't know, play the game normally, like a normal human. That's not what Retro's for. We're playing Chimeric Abyss on a 7. We checked a 5. You may think we've failed this, but we drew another Shiki Zaku Zaku. We checked a 7 on a 7. No foundations necessary in Retro. Do you have any response on play? I didn't even look at your good.
I
No, okay, good.
don't think that I do. No.
Okay. So it's a 4 low for 5. Not good for a 7-1. But it has powerful 2. And if this attack deals damage, reveal the top X cards from your deck and remove this card from the game. You may play one attack revealed this way. No control check necessary. X equals the amount of damage dealt. And then the rest get shuffled to the bottom. So, I'm just hoping you don't have a low block, because that would be really swell.
Yeah, no responses on play, no nothing. Yeah, I'll pass.
So I'm doing that in hand.
All right. Yeah.
Come on, you can take 5. Right?
I don't want to take 5.
Come on.
So I am going to, is it 4? 6. Yeah, we'll block on a 6.
Okay, that's fine.
Check the 5. We'll go
The mid block. This is. I'll definitely get an attack in.
Yeah, so we'll get 3.
Surely I will get an attack in 3 cards.
2. Yeah, I'll choose to remove this.
Okay.
I'll take my 3.
Alrighty. So when it deals, I reveal the top X cards. 3, 1.
Yeah.
Hey.
Bless you.
I can play one attack revealed. I remove this card from the game. Play one attack. These get shuffled on bottom. I don't have to make a control check.
Yeah.
I will not add a card from my card pool to Omen.
Yeah, I'll pass as well.
Be high for 6.
I'll eat the 6, go down to 11.
Can I check a 5? For 5. Oh well. This doesn't have a combo on it. I'm just passing.
Yeah.
Stupid release. This is what I get for putting defense in my deck.
Right. I would be depending on drawing the nuts next turn. What is the odds of that?
The 3 mid for 5.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I want to eat the 5 and hope that I kill you next turn or not.
You should just draw a card with Hacker and then see if you draw mid.
Oh yeah, it is Hacker. Yeah, we'll do that. You have no assets to flip though, sad face.
Nah, discard momentum, draw a card while committed is a good enough rate.
Yeah, I guess when you're passing through, I did draw the mid. We are going to play.
Want to make it 0 speed?
I actually have a chance to fail this, so we'll flip this for -3 speed.
All right, 0 mid 5.
Yeah, on a 2. It checks. I'll draw a card off to Girl Brothers.
All right, place on 3. Place on 3. There you go.
Yeah. Boing, 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 boing.
That was
Draw
better than it
5.
should have been. I'll say that.
Let's go reciprocal extend on a 4. Checks the 3, 4. No responses on play.
I'll pass.
Draw a card.
Pass.
Give the next one 2/2.
Pass.
God dang it. Yeah, I'll pass as well. 4 mid, 4.
I'm at 11.
Yeah. Let's go reciprocal extend on a 5. It checks. Comes in as a 6/6. No responses.
No response.
Let's flip calling for backup.
I'll pass.
We will get rid of this to give it 3 damage.
I'll pass.
Next one gets 2/2.
I'll pass.
Draw a card.
Pass.
Yeah, we'll send it for 9.
I'm at 2.
Yeah, we'll go high engine kick on a 6. Checks the 5.
I have a non-block.
Yeah.
At that point, though, you really should just play Foundations in once per game.
I suppose that I could, but
I got one card in hand.
I trusted in the checks and the one card in hand.
All right, I'll go first and I'll combo off this time. We'll actually get the combo.
Yeah, and you won't fail the monster combo.
Yeah. All right, I will keep.
I'm going to put back 3. I hate when it pulls that way. I should have just kept. God dang it!
All right, on a 1, on a 1, on a 2. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll go. Oh, let me draw my card first. It's acceptable on a 2. It checks on a 3. Checks on a 3. Checks on a 4. Checks on a 5. 8 checks. And I'll pass with 3 in hand.
I will review. We'll draw the combo. I will play the City Rampage. I will respond the Shiki Zaku Zaku. We will check a 5 instead of a 3 on City Rampage.
Alright.
We'll play Chimeric Abyss on a 7. Or on an 8. Check a 7. 8. Any response on play?
No responses on play.
Alright. It's a 5 low for 6. I will... Your next check... Alright, I will... Ulrich to get a momentum. My next check to play a combo attack gets +2. When I get the momentum, I'll respond Master's Pride.
Yeah. I'll flip calling for backup and draw 1 and discard 1. We will get rid
Taking for that low block?
We'll get rid of this one.
Didn't draw it? I will look at the top card of my deck. I may discard it. I will discard it.
Yeah, I will pass.
I'll pass. Or I'll enhance on the card if I didn't.
Yep, you did already.
Alright, 4 low for 5.
Yeah. Well, half on a 6.
Yeah.
5, 6. Look for your 3 and whiff.
Half on a 7.
I will take.
It gets +1 from City Rampage.
Okay. We'll do one of these then.
Alright.
Gotcha.
Take
So I'll
3.
take my 3.
And then this removes. We'll reveal the top 3. 2, 3. They all go on bottom. Womp womp.
Wah wah.
I had 4 good checks in a row, which means surely I checked bad on this other Chimeric Abyss. Oh no, I checked a 6, 7, 8. Comes in as a 5 low 6. I will enhance on the card.
Yeah. I will flip Feifei.
Alright, I will powerful 2. No, I shouldn't do that. I'll just yeah, I'll just pass. Only one more card I get to look at.
Yeah. I'll pass as well. We'll go to blocks.
Too low for 6.
On a 6 for half. Checks the 5, 6. Take my 3.
Alright, I'll look at the top 3 again. 1, 2, 3. A
Yeah,
whiff again.
Don't you ever go gambling.
Bro, I live in Vegas. I know. Trust me, I know. Well, you won't kill me next turn. On a 5 with +2 to the check. From Ulrich, not from City Rampage. But I checked a 3. Imagine if I chained Malefic. I'll commit Ulrich. This gets +1/+1. I'll pass it.
Yeah. I'll pass as well. And I will take my 6.
Alright, your turn.
Yoink and away. Boop, boop, boop. Skip review, draw 6.
It's funny that I'm drawing the one card in the deck that doesn't fit the combo, but it's supposed to help me go find the combo, and it's like not doing that at all.
This is a hand, I guess. Hacker on a 2.
Oh no, he's not attacking?
Destin a win on a 3.
Safe?
Rifle arm on a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, on a 5. And I'll pass your way with 3 in hand.
Alright. Are there any in my discard pile? I've gone through so much of my deck. I have to draw.
Already.
Kinda. Not down. Alright, I'm a patient man.
Sam Tate, a patient man.
Oh. 3. Go ahead.
All right, I will skip review, draw 4. Awkward hand. Let's see where it goes. Iron your kick on a 4. Checks the 4. I have no responses.
I have no response.
Yeah, whoa. Let's toss this bullet kick for +4 speed.
And ooh, bullet kick is a spicy one. I will pass.
I am going to toss. I really shouldn't because that freaking stupid Eye of Sauron, whatever the name of that card is. Chimeric Abyss. But we'll toss this for 3 damage for Jury.
Pass.
I will. We'll commit rifle arm just for +3, just for GP.
I'll pass.
I'll send it to 11 for 7.
I'm at 19.
Yeah. It's um oh, I forgot to do the thing. That sucks. Yeah, let's do this. I wish I had the card that I wanted on there. On a 6. Checks the 5, 6. No responses on play.
No response.
Yeah. Let's combo enhance and have you discard 1 and draw 1. Discard a random 1 and draw 1.
Okay. I guess I can do the button, right?
Yep.
Pass.
Let's blow this face down up with quick arrival for a speed.
I will pass.
Yeah. Let's EX this once using that kick there.
I will pass.
Yeah. I will discard this with Jury for 3 damage.
Pass.
Excuse me. I will ship it as a 7 low for 9.
I'll block on an 8 for half. 6, 7, 8. Take 5.
Yeah. I'll send it your way from there. 3 in hand.
Alright. I will review. Draw 6. Okay. Alright, I think this counts. City Rampage. Hiya! We did it. Let's go Spiral Wave Surge on a 4. That's a 3, or on a 5, sorry. I'll make it a 5 with Battle Arena.
Yeah.
I have no response on play.
This is a 4 diff.
But all attacks get +1/+1.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a static. You're right. You didn't get the
Yeah.
plus to the check. That's right. Okay. Yeah, no responses on my end.
Alright, my first enhance will be lose a health, give it 2 damage.
Yeah. I'll pass.
I'll say if it's blocked.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will Sense of Adventure. E-commit, discard the top 3 cards of your deck. You may add 1 card discard this way to your card pool. 1, 2, a 3.
Oh my.
I'll get another City Rampage, you don't say. This will give it another 1/1.
I will respond with Dust in the Wind on that one.
So it gets -2.
Yes.
Alright, I'll say if it's blocked, my next check gets +1.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will flip requesting assistance to ready Sense of Adventure.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 4 mid for 8.
I have to because it's lethal. On a 6. Checks the 5, 6, full block.
Alright, my next check to play, a card gets +1.
Yep.
I'll play Critical Split on a 5, 6, 7, 8 with +3 total because it gets 2 and then 1.
Yep.
So I checked a 6 on an
Yep.
8. So 7, 8. It comes in with +2, so it's a 5 high for 8.
Yeah.
And then, do you have any response on play?
No response on play.
All right, I will add this card to my momentum and respond Master's Pride.
Yeah. I will hacker here.
Okay.
You're in hands.
5 for 8. I will go ahead and no reason to sensitive. I'll do Ulrich's Enhance. I'll add a card from my hand to my momentum. I get +2 to my next check to play a combo attack.
Yep. I'll pass.
And then I will send it 5 high for 8.
Yeah. Half on a 7. Checks the 5. 6 and 7.
All
I'll
right.
take 4. Go down to 4.
Then I will play another one on a 5, 6, 7, 8. And I checked a 7 because I got +2 from Ulrich, +2 from City Rampage. This is going to make it an 8. It comes only in with only 1/1. But before you scoop, oh, this is technically a combo I can do on turn 1.
I will let you do the
Yeah.
combo.
So I get to do combo. This attack gets multiple 2. Which first, I guess, technically, if we're playing like optimal, right, I say you'd have to discard a card to hit it.
Yeah.
We can give it multiple 2. Then we can add this to momentum. Then we can generate 2 copies of this attack where we don't have to make the check, and they get +3/+3. So with City Rampage, they are 7 high for 10s. So even if you blocked all the face-up attacks, there's 20 damage worth of face-down.
Yeah.
Ideally, I can do that turn 2 going second, but it hasn't happened yet.
That is all right. Game 3.
Yep, you get to go first.
Hopefully, I'll draw more attacks this time.
Hopefully, I just say let's not go for the combo and just build, but we'll see what I do.
Yeah, I gotta put this hand back.
I'll put 2 back. I won't go for the hardcore. Oh god. Oh no. How could you do this to me?
Well, this is a hand. Rifle arm on a 2. Elimination mode on a 3. Keeping area safe on a 2. Pass through walls on a 5. Oh,
Okay.
really?
Alright. I'll review. Draw 2. Okay, I would have checked the 2 as my first card. I'm glad I didn't go for it. On a 2. Yeah, I would have failed because of that 4 right there, actually. So all
Dang saw blades.
2, commit my character. On a 3, it's all good.
Yeah, I will skip review, draw 4.
I guess if I really wanted to try to do like the turn 1 attacking goofy combo, I would really have to make it like 8 attacks. Like just the attacks that matter, you know?
Just a high engine kick on a 4. It checks. I have no responses on play.
No response.
Alright. First enhance. Really? Feels terrible to do this. I will discard this barrier shield. Give it 2 speed. Do I respond with elimination mode?
I will pass.
Yeah, no responses. Yeah, I will discard this steel muscle explosion with jury for 3 damage, respond and draw a card.
I'll pass.
I will. I didn't draw my card from my additional card.
Oh yeah, you responded but didn't draw the actual card.
Yeah. That sucks.
No, just draw the card.
Yeah,
What has changed?
Whoops, I gotta put both of these back because I accidentally hit 2 instead of 1. Just draw the 1. God dang it. Yeah, we done that. I will pass.
I will pass. I will block on a 7. I'll fail it. Take 7.
Yeah.
19.
Now, do I be greedy? I think I'll try one more and see what I get out of it. Let's go reciprocal extend on a 5. Checks the 4. We'll go 5.
Okay.
No responses.
No response.
Yeah, I'll draw a card.
I'll pass.
Okay. Next kit 2/2.
I'll pass.
I will. Bless you. Bless you. I will. No, we'll do rifle arm. Give this 3 speed.
I'll pass.
I'll pass as well. 7 mid for 4.
I'll take 4. I have 15.
Yeah. Dust in the wind on a 4. It check. A natural healer on a 5. Checks. Calling for backup on a 5. Checks the 4. We'll go 5 and pass your way with 3 in hand.
All right. I will draw 4 cards.
And these will go to momentum.
All right. Let's play Ovipositor Charger on a 4. Checks a 3. We'll commit here for 4. Ovipositor Charger is very funny. Do you have any response on play?
I do not, other than wish I had Beast Hunter on my stage.
Yeah, so our card pool, discard 1 card after you make a check to play an attack. That check gets +1, and for the rest of the turn, this will be my first enhance. For the rest of this turn, you may play copies of Ovipositor Charger from your discard pile as if they were in your hand.
Yeah, you got 1 in the discard. I was familiar with this card from seeing Quan Chi list.
Yeah.
I will. It's 4 damage for now.
For now?
Yeah, I will pass.
I will get the scoop. I can look at the top card of my deck. I will leave it there.
I'll pass.
I'll pass. 2 mid for 4.
4 sounds tight.
Nice. I'll play double jab pummel on a 5. It checks. Any response?
No, go party. Go party. No responses on play.
All right. I will combo enhance.
Yeah. I will pass.
I will Ulrich enhance. My next check to play a combo attack gets +2, so I currently have +4.
Yeah. I'll pass.
I will ready this this foundation with Sense of Adventure.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will pass. 3 mid for 5.
5 sounds good.
All right. Well, you guessed it. It's critical split on a 7 with +4 to the check. Check the 9. Any response on play?
No responses on play.
All right. My first enhance will be combo enhance. It gets multiple 2, and the multiple copies get +3/+3.
Yeah. I will pass.
I will add this card to my momentum.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will multiple 2.
Pardon? Multiple 2.
So these get the bonus now. So if you want to dust in the wind, I believe you have to do it now.
Okay.
And you have to pick which one. Case. Which is weird. Actually, with the new rules, they might wait. So I guess we can wait if you want. But it used to be you had to do it like immediately.
No, there's multiples you don't have to make checks on.
Correct.
Which sucks.
First one is a 3 high for 6 currently.
Yeah. I will pass.
All right. I will pass. 3 high for 6.
I will take the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go down to 5.
Multiple. If you'd like to dust in the wind, you may do so.
What are you doing, Grayson? Yeah. Give me just a second. We will go ahead and do it.
Okay.
And then give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
You're good. Yeah, so the way multiples are weird, they generate the attack, and the attack gets added to the attack stack, which is not really something that we use right now because we can't really generate attacks outside of Echo, which causes you to play the attack again, and there can't be like multiple attacks on the attack stack, which is for the best, I think. I mean, I personally, in a perfect world, I would love to have all the mechanics the same way that Magic does, where they just say, fuck it, we're going to make 8 million mechanics, and if you don't like it, you just ignore it, because that's what people do. They play Commander, and they just don't know what Manifest Dread does, or what Banding does, or what Horsemanship is. But at the same time, you know, I can understand why they're not using Horsemanship in Standard. You know? I can understand why it's not a thing, so...
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, so I have a 0 high for 9 multiple coming at you.
Got you. Yeah, let's flip calling for backup. Get rid of this and draw 1. I mean, draw 1 and then discard that. Yeah.
I got no answer.
Okay. We will block this on a 3. It checks full block.
Hey. Multiple copy.
Yeah.
So 6 high for 9. I got no response. I got no answer.
I will. 5 for 9 means half still kills me. Yeah, that's rough. You may have me.
Yeah, this combo is pretty gross.
You have me, because the thing was I was gonna wait until you had played your string out, then I was gonna freaking barrier shield you, but multiple copies don't need checks.
Right? The breaker means nothing. The breaker means nothing. Oh yeah, and the partial kills you. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I was like, you still have eye block, bro. Like, so theoretically, I guess what you could have done, right, is did you check a 3 to block here?
No.
You checked the 5. So theoretically, if you block here with the one that doesn't count towards progressive,
yeah,
right, and you commit, you know, it'd be on an 8, so you get to go 6, 7, 8. And then on this one, you make it 0 speed, and then you block on a 3. You can't fail it even though everything's committed, unless you play it 2 check.
No, not in this deck.
Yeah, so if you had done it in reverse order, you would have had to risk checking bad and just dying anyways, but that's your out.
Yeah.
Is to play this one on an 8 and then this one on a 3.
And then, and then would that have... Nope, it still wouldn't have mattered.
But that's Ulrich. Right. That's the only way I've ever seen Ulrich played. Is to pretty much just try to critical split you as soon as possible into the game.
Let me go grab Guile.
Cool. I got a funny matchup for Guile, so I like Baelcor. He's not good, but you know, it's not about being good. It's about being quirky.
I love Baelcor in my Toga deck.
Yeah. So Baelcor has a lot of stuff that's actually, well, not a lot, but MHA finally gave him like a kit that he should have always had. I don't know why I don't know. They never, they had like 2 different characters that like modify checks. One of them makes your opponent make control checks, and the other was Baelcor, and they didn't share a symbol, and it was very sad for me. I got a 4. That's more than 4.
More than 4.
I'll put 2 back. Draw 2. Hey yo.
We'll rock this hand.
Alright, I like my hand after the mulligan.
Let's go Titanic Combat on a 2. It checks. Sense of Morals on a 3. It checks. Yep.
I mean, it's not playing 2 checks. Don't forget, Sense of Morals doesn't count towards progressive.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a freebie.
I'm trying to figure out which one I want on here. Let's do Overly Dramatic on a 4. It checks. And then I will try Folktale Storyteller on a 5.
It's on a 4.
Oh yeah, it's on a 4. That's right, because this doesn't count towards progressive. All right,
and then you can respond Folktale if you want to build it immediately.
Oh yeah, because it just says response card pool. You have 2 more foundations added to your staging. Discard top 3. After you play this card, if you have 2 or more, add it to your staging area. Oh, okay.
You wouldn't get to build it, but if you want to mill 3 cards, you can mill 3 if you want.
No, it's fine for this.
Okay. I'll review the Azure Nightmare for the sole purpose of after this card is discarded, you lose 1 health.
That sucks.
First Blood. Draw 2. I should have kept the foundation. On a 3. On a 3. On a 3. And on a 4.
Hey, I know that card.
Yeah, we all know Twisty Surroundings.
Yeah, already up. I will skip review and draw 4. I get used to some of these relevant keywords in retro that aren't available in standard. I mean, I guess I just build these because they're no good in my hand. But I hate that I have so many of them. What can I do here? Let's go. Okay, we'll do that. Sense of Morals on a 2.
Okay.
Check sense of morals on a 3.
Oh my god. I'm about to get
Checks.
womboed.
And then let's go battle or release on a 4.
Oh.
Checks 3.
I am gonna
Let's
respond to
go.
that.
Yep.
I'm fighting for control. I'm gonna hope that you don't have any other attacks in your hand and that you have to commit out for this.
You've checked.
You
So I
checked
check
a
a 2.
1.
A 1. It is -2.
-2.
But
Come on,
I
this one's
really
a standard card. You know this one.
Yeah. Sounds like my toddler's out of bed again. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. Just have to admire how comfortable my cat looks. He was whining and fussing so much earlier. Now he's just peaceful. Just zonked out.
Are you in the bed or are you sitting in here?
Anybody else have a cat who snores?
Walk around in circles, Grayson. You said you went potty. That's why I put you back in the bed.
Now he's doing a big old stretch. He's curling his little toes. What a handsome cat. He doesn't spend a whole lot of time up in my room, but he likes to go out adventuring for way too long. Much as I want my mom to keep him locked up, she believes in the free spirit. So he gets to adventure out, and I won't see him for like a whole day. But then he'll come sleep in my room for like a whole day to make up for it.
Where you at, Grayson?
Very, very funny.
Just wake up and go potty. You spend all that time walking to me. Get in bed. Go get in bed. All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I had to decide if I wanted to commit most of these to do things. I think I will. 2, 3, and God, I hate that hacking the check is not considered a commitment.
Check hacks are so weird. They're like one of the hardest things on both sides of the board, I feel. Like, new players use them really poorly against me. And, like, when I play against a good player or, like, my hand is bad, they feel like the greatest effects in the game, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. First enhance, I will.
Well, hold on.
You have more responses?
Would you like to respond with Guile?
Oh yeah, it is a response. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So we respond, build these in.
Yeah. So you end up with 2 ready instead of 1 ready.
Yeah. You can commit a foundation after you play a charge attack, add up to 2. The card pool is stationary. Okay. Now we can do things. We'll flip the folktale, storyteller, draw a card.
Yeah, I'll pass.
This game. Yeah. Let's blow this up for +3 damage and stun 1.
Oh boy. I'm gonna pass.
Stun 1.
Alright. When the Azure Nightmare is committed due to your opponent's stun ability, your opponent loses 2 health.
Yeah. I forgot to give it damage before then to make it 8. I will pass.
You can give it the 1 damage. I'm gonna block it anyway.
Yeah, 4 high 8.
On a 5. Blocks. While Time Slow is in my card pool, all of your checks get -1.
Nice. Yeah, I don't like any of that. So I think we display this high value target on a 2 as I check a 3 and pass. Boom, boom.
Man, how many times you gotta tell someone you're busy? Anyways, this is gonna be a funny one. We're gonna play Blue Flame Torment on a 5.
Yeah, I figured that was coming.
Let's go 4 5.
Yeah.
Any response on play?
No response on play.
Alright, I'm gonna enhance. Your checks get -1 for the turn.
Yeah, I am familiar. I will pass.
Your rival checks against a 6.
Check a 5. We'll go 6.
Check the 4.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You are
'cause
not
Bill
familiar.
yeah, I felt it.
Alright, it's 1 damage in my next check, it's +1.
Yeah.
You're enhanced.
I'll pass.
I'll have you check against the 6 again.
Yeah, I felt it.
My next check gets +2. I'll pass.
Yeah, I'll pass as well.
Send it 5 low for 7.
Let's full block on a 6.
Ooh.
Checks a 4 or checks a 5. 6 full block. Back to you.
Nice.
I had no response because you had no momentum.
Let's go double palm shatter on a 5. Checks a 5 because of blue flame.
Yeah.
First enhance will be your checks get -1.
Yeah. I will pass.
I'll have you check against the 5.
I check a 4. What happens?
If you fail, you discard your hand and draw. So you discard 2, draw 2.
Um.
You check the 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. That sucks because I really want to hold on to these cards in my hand.
Well, I'm doing it.
Crap. Yeah, I'll have to fill it then and get rid of my hand.
Ooh, 2 juicy ones. A breaker block.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will discard a card to ready the Azure Nightmare.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will pass. It's just a 3 mid for 4th row.
Yeah, I will. You got 3 cards. Yeah, I'll take the 4. Go down to 20.
Play Vile Seizing on a 6. 5 6.
Oh, so brutal, so brutal.
you have no response, I'll say your checks get -1 for the turn.
Yeah. I'll pass.
I'll have you check against a 7.
I fail. I'll pass.
I will pass. 3 high for 6.
Um, 3 on a 5.
Whoa.
Check the 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll fail by 1. Take the 6.
Close. I'm working so hard and you still almost just blocked me out. Let's go ahead and let's play Mastermind's Apprentice on a 5. Check a 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll play Cage Fighter on a 5 and it'll fail. There's my come up.
Oh, I needed the breaker block there.
There's my come up in.
Yeah, I'll review the Desperate for Redemption. Draw 6. Oh, if only. While I can freely play attacks. Let's go carrying the legacy on a 2. It checks. I guess I should have been. No, Titanic Combat was already committed. Then we'll go. Go battle or release on a 5. Will I? No, I kind of wanted that in the card pool. It's okay. On a 5. Check a 3. God dang it. 4, 5. Nah, I won't respond with Guile. Any responses on your end? I will respond with the carrying the legacy though and give it the damage.
Okay. I got nothing.
Yeah. Make that a 5. Yeah, I will flip this and draw a card.
I'll pass.
I will give it a damage.
I'll pass.
I'll commit Titanic Combatant to have you commit your last ready foundation.
I'll pass.
I'll commit Sense of Morals with Guile, give this 3 damage and stun 1.
Dial is destroy a committed.
Oh no, it's destroy committed. You're right, you're right.
I'll pass.
Yeah, I'll pass as well. It's a 4 high for 11.
I'm at 17.
Yeah. Oh, I need the thing to do that. Yeah, 2, 3 on a 4. It checks. 7 on a 5. Checks.
Would you like to fast build it?
Yeah, we'll do that. No, we won't. We won't, because I'm passing from there.
Okay. No review, draw 5. Funny stuff. Go Vile Seizing on a 4. Check's a 3-4. Any response on play?
No responses on play.
I'll say your checks get -1.
Surprise, surprise. I'll pass.
I'll say your next check gets -2.
Oh yeah. I'll pass.
Check a 7.
I fail.
I will draw a card.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Bu- 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 I will. These all have -1. I'll do it then. All right, I'll pass. 3 high for 6.
Yeah, I'll eat 6. 1,
All
2,
right.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Easy money on a 5. Checks. Any response?
No.
Do you want a
responses on
Titanic
that.
first?
No, because
Okay.
I have to block something.
Yeah, I figured not, but you know. All right, I'll say your checks get -2 for the turn.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will ask you to check a 7 for league invitation.
Yeah. It fails.
All right, I will commit. I'll commit folktale storytelling.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will check a 4 sense of morals.
Yeah.
And hope that I check a 6.
Oh my
Hey,
god, dude!
already.
I was like, once I get -2 to the check, I can commit you, and sense of morals won't be free. God damn it.
Well, unfortunately, I missed my 6 check on that block. So I mean,
Wait, how the fuck are you playing Azure Nightmare and Guile?
oh, I have no clue how that got in there either.
Oh,
Yeah, that's weird.
This dude's out here. What?
That is weird. I
I
must have
think
been
it's
editing another deck and didn't notice that.
it's supposed to be a different card. It's labeled Puppet of the Cursed Sword.
Oh yeah, it sure is.
What is that card?
That's funny. That's weird how that happened. Yeah.
That's a 1
just-
4. That's R commit after your opponent plays an attack, discard. That's a 4 check if it's actually supposed to be Puppet of the Cursed Sword.
Yep, it sure is.
Which is
That's exactly what it's reading.
which is a good. I'll I'll message. I don't know if it's Nick or Scott. I guess it's Nick. I'll message them and let them know. But that's very funny.
That is funny. All right, so I did fail that check then.
Yeah, that's a 4 check.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll pass then.
Which, to be fair, that is a flavor win. If you guys don't know the Soul Calibur lore, the Azure Nightmare is Nightmare, who is a puppet of the Cursed Sword, which is Siegfried's card, because they're like the same guy, sort of.
Yes.
Anyways, it's funny that the bot,
Soul Edge. It's funny.
yeah, the bot knows the lore at least.
Right.
All right, so after the failed sense of morals, I will ask you to check a 7 for Vile Season.
Yeah, it fails.
I will draw a card.
I will pass.
I will ask you to check a 6 for the Mastermind's Apprentice. If it fails, this attack gets 2 speed.
Yeah, check a 3. Yeah, I'll fail it.
You're enhanced.
I'll pass.
You do have a second sense of morals, but it is once per turn, so I don't know if you want to do it, but I guess you would have to check a 6. I don't know if you have 6s in your deck.
I don't think that I do.
Okay, yeah, if you don't have a real 6, then
I know I have real 6s in the jury. I don't think.
gotcha.
I don't think so. I just made this deck literally not that long ago. So
All right,
I'll
I will
pass.
discard a card to ready the Azure Nightmare.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will pass as well. 5 high for
Yeah.
6. All right.
6 is not 8. I'll go down to 2.
All right, deck, don't fail me now. On an 8. 6, 7, 8. Did not fail me, deck. Any response?
Um. Uh.
Hey,
Yeah,
yo.
no response other than to just move on to game 2.
Yeah, choose 3 that can't pass and -3 to your checks. Let's go.
I was gonna die even if I somehow blocked that Vial Season. If I even chose to block the Vial Season, I still would have died
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, I drew. Yeah, I drew the decaying off them, so I did not have lethal until
Is
then.
it 27? 26, 27. All right.
Uh, that's so funny though. The Azure Nightmare. I think you even checked one earlier, and I like didn't
Yeah, I did.
notice. And then this time I was like, wait a second, we're not on the same symbols at all. We both have Earth,
I
but I'm
will.
not playing that.
I'll keep this hand.
I did. I mulliganed one.
Okay. Let's go. Carrying the Legacy on a 2. Overly Dramatic on a 3. Desperate for Redemption on a 3. Folktale Storyteller on a 5. Send it your way.
All right, draw my extra. Play Fighting for Control. Cage Fighter. Cage Fighter. A Girl Like Any Other. Azure Nightmare. And I'll end there. That's right. I got
Yeah.
Cage Fighter and Adult Cage Fighter.
Yeah, let's go. Funny enough. Um, well, Sense of Morals on a 2. It checks. Let's go Flash Kick on a 6. Checks the 5. We'll go. What was this one? 6. Yeah, I will respond with Guile. No, I won't respond with Guile. Yeah, any responses on your end?
I will -2 that check. I'm sorry.
All right. So it's a 3. I
So you
really
didn't
wanted
have to
that.
commit one to pass it. This is on a 5.
Oh yeah, it was
This
on a
doesn't
5 because
count. But I
that
am
doesn't
gonna
count towards.
-2 it.
So I have to commit 2. And then we'd have to do a third. God dang it. I think we do it. And then yeah. Still not responsible, Guile.
Yeah.
I'm going to enhance, add the foundation for my discard pile to my card pool. It is going to be this high value target.
Okay.
Your enhance.
I will pass.
Have you commit a foundation? Have you commit 2 since I have 2 foundations in my card pool?
Go -3 speed.
Yeah, it is a 1 mid or 5. Um, anyway. Fun times. Hey, weirding's so weird on overly dramatic.
What's weird about it?
Because I want the decrease to be for speed. I want it to be reversed.
Well, I got nothing else.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I want to working out math in my head. Yeah, you can't fail it anyway. Yeah, I'll pass.
On a 3. Full block.
Yep. On a 4. Checks and I'll send it your way.
Okay. High value does build face down.
Oh, okay. It does say face down, doesn't it? Yep.
Then I'll review
That's
Azure Nightmare. You lose 1 health.
Yeah. First Blood.
League Invitation on a 3. League Invitation on a 4. Fighting for Control on a 4. And Masterminds on a 5. I'll end there. Actually, you know what? I'll play Fiery on a 5 just for maximum check hack.
That's a beautiful card.
Raptor Rush. Raptor Rush is cool as hell.
I'll skip review, draw 3.
Raptor Rush is one of the few times I do like the Soul Calibur like weapon trail, and it actually looks really good. That is one thing I think Soul Calibur cards don't look great for, is when they all got like the weapon trail. Doesn't translate to like a still image as much, you know?
We're gonna take a chance here. Maybe.
We love taking chances.
We do.
You know, Amy is also one of the characters where it looks pretty good. So it might just be like the fencing characters having smaller weapons.
Sure, let's go Sonic Boom on a 4. Hey, it checks. I will pass on responses.
Oh boy. No response.
Alright. Yeah, we'll both add the top card of our discard pile to the card pool. It's Foundation, it comes in with 2 more speed.
Yeah. I'll pass.
Yeah. I will blow this face down up with no, it has to be committed.
It's weird, ain't it?
It's yeah. And you'll pay for that, but at least I get to do it. We will use Desperate for Redemption to commit and flip to unflip a Foundation, unless you want to flip one to cancel that.
No, I'll let you have it.
All right, boom.
Cool combo with the flash kick.
Yeah, you're in
I will master. No, I'll minus 3 speed girl like any other.
1, 2, 3. Well, dang. You're gonna commit that one. And I haven't touched you. You got 28 big ones. Yeah, I will. I need momentum is what I need. I need that. I need carrying the legacy to say this card does not count towards progressive like the rest of Cassie's kit.
But you can respond with it and then respond with Guile. So you can get like the full benefit and then build it.
Of
Alright, man, what do you got for me?
um, I guess that's it. I'll send it as a 2 mid for 4.
We're not making it a stun attack after we committed this?
Oh yeah, that is what I was on track.
It was like the whole
Yeah. Here 3 damage. Stun 1.
I'll pass.
Stun 1.
I'll pass.
We'll ship it 2 mid for 7.
On a 5/6. 5/6.
Full block. Full block. So on a 6. Checks the 3.
No response.
You sure? You don't wanna?
Yep. Yep.
So do 4, 5. Ooh.
Sensimores. Playable while committed.
Where is it? Oh, it is 6. Gotta get back to those three words there.
Yeah.
Then we'll respond with Guile here.
Okay.
So I'll just do this one, I suppose. And we'll build this down. Move this along. This is not one of mine that has the magic words that when it's added to your stage. Oh yeah, I may add one other foundation to my hand. I guess we will add, which one do I want? We'll add this one to my hand.
Wait, what's going on?
No, I didn't build District. I built Defending Pageant Queen. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was dreaming. Yeah, no responses because you have no momentum.
Yeah, I got none.
Yeah, let's flip overly dramatic. Say next one gets -1 difficulty.
I'll pass.
Puts me in rough territory here. I think I have to do it though. We'll blow this up with Guile. Give it 3 damage and stun 1.
I'll pass.
Stun 1.
Pass.
We'll ship it to 4 high for 7.
I'm at 21.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that card has that thing on it. God dang it. Let's go Desperate for Redemption on a 3. It checks and or on a 2. I'll pass from there. I forgot that card has that thing on there.
Yeah, it can be tough with retro. Just a lot going on, you know? So double palm shatter. 3, 4. Any response on play?
No response on play.
Alrighty, I'll say your checks get -1.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I'll say your next check gets -2.
Yeah, I'll pass.
So your next check gets -2.
I'll pass.
Check a 5 for me.
Oh, it'll fail.
Discard 3 and draw 3.
Yeah, get on in there. Yeah, I keep forgetting Double Flash Cake has no block mod. As I hold on to it. Yeah, I will pass.
Pass. 3 mid for 4th row.
4 sounds good. Down to 22.
League Handler, Fiery Confrontation, and a card you haven't seen in a long time, Stronger in Darkness.
I will.
I like to
No,
commit my
go ahead.
character.
Yep. I will review this chivalrous competitor and draw 4. Good lord, man. Be nice to have that double flash kick right now. Got 2 in hand. Sense of morals on 2 checks. Nutcracker on a 5 or on a 4. Checks the 3 responses.
I will -2.
Yeah, so check the 1. Oh. Two, 3, 4. I will choose not to respond with guile.
Okay.
Let's see how we get there. Yeah, you are a male, so this gets 4 damage.
That is correct. Unfortunate. I'll ask you to check a 7 for me.
It fails.
Let's commit Defending Pageant Queen.
Yeah. I will check a 4 with Sense of Morals. God dang it.
And you know it's once per turn now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that means when you fail the check to attempt a once per turn ability, you can't reattempt it in the turn. Okay. I had to learn that one the hard way playing Dimitri. I was like, I haven't played it yet.
Yeah.
I will for that was Sense of Morals enhanced. I will. Oh, are you gonna pass it? Yeah, you can pass it.
Yeah, I'll pass it into Radius Pageant Queen.
That makes sense. I'll have you check a 7 again. I'll commit it again.
Failed again. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, let's just blow this up with guile. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I will Mastermind's Apprentice. You check a 6. If it fails, this attack gets -1 speed.
Yeah, it fails.
You've now made 6
I'll
checks.
stun 1.
When this is stunned, you lose 2 health.
Yeah.
Girl like any other, -3 speed.
No, it's a 0. Yeah, I will add a foundation from my discard pile to my card pool. Which one do I want? We'll do Titanic Combat. I get to draw a card.
I'll pass.
I will. I've already stunned. Yeah, I will pass as well. 0 low for 11.
Not 3. I'll take 6.
Alright. None of my freaking boards committed out. We'll risk it anyway. On a 6. Checks the 5.
I will -2 that check.
Did you have another one?
I have 4 minuses. I have these.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just like, yo, I thought all the freaking fighting for controls was
No, I'm just gonna be doing this one twice.
okay.
So you can pass it, but you'd have to commit out.
Yeah, and the point of playing that was so that I could build both of those in. Oh, I guess I still could.
Still could what?
No, I can't because the response is committing a foundation.
Correct.
Yeah. We'll just have to. Is that the one where I still get to play, or? Yeah.
It does not end your combat phase. No.
Okay. I'll have to fill it then.
Right. This is 7.
And then, yeah, I just pass from there.
All right.
This hits. This did get built.
We'll draw 5. I like these. I like these a lot. Let's go ahead and start with time slow on a 5. It passes.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have not blocked. I could have been in desperation for desperation stun 2. Damn. How do I lose health? I need to lose 2 health. Like, actually, just 2. Oh, I could have played this first? That's not the way to do it. Anyways, I'm looking at the wrong stuff here. Any response?
No responses on play.
Alright, I'll first enhance stun 2.
Yeah. We'll go 1, 2. Yeah, I will check a 4.
You check the 2 because of time slow.
Yeah. You're enhanced. I'll fill it.
I'll say your checks get -1 for the turn.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Do I put it here? I don't think I. That would be more damage. I will simply pass. No, I gain 2 life. I'll gain 2 life.
Okay. I will use the committed sense of morals to try to check a 4.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hey, at least they're not blocks. You're not checking them the block.
Yeah.
Not that matters. After
you're. I'll fail. You're
Yeah, let's go ahead and Mastermind's Apprentice. You check against a 6.
It fails.
I'll get 2 speed.
Yeah, I'll pass.
And then now I feel safe enough to give this 5 damage. Because it is a charge.
Yeah, I'll
Oh, wait,
pass.
no, that ruins my check hacks. I want, well, -2. I want 1 more check hack. I'll wait. I'll send it 6 mid 6.
Yeah, I'll take 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Down to 14.
Right, on an 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why. I think it said on an 11, but it's on 6.
I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah. This comes in as a 5/5. My first enhance will be your checks get -1 for the turn.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will ask you to check against a 6.
It fails.
I'll ask you to check against a 6.
It fails.
I'll ask you to check against a 6.
It fails.
Okay. This one's not a Charger Slam, so I guess I'll discard the Ready Azure Nightmare and send it as a 7 low 7.
I will take the 7, go down to 7.
Yo. And Jupiter Jazz on a 7. Checks a 5, 6, 7. Has 5 speed, 6 damage. I'll start by saying your checks get -1.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I will have you check against the 6.
It fails.
2 speed. I'll give it 5 damage. And 1 more from Stronger in Darkness, just to say I used it.
Yeah.
And it's a 7 high for 12.
Yeah, I needed my defended pageant queen back up so I could play this on the
Oh,
first.
that would have fucked me. Yeah, I would have
Yeah,
definitely just
and
block on a 4.
yep, I couldn't get the check early on.
Was that which game was that?
That that was game two.
Yeah. Okay. Um, I do think I gotta call it here for tonight. It's like 11 here. I appreciate you staying up with me though.
Yep, I do too. So
I know it's even later there, but I am really digging all the interest in retro. And if you want to play some more retro games after I open boxes, I'm gonna be doing one tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing tomorrow might be recorded though, because I think we got a certified boomer coming to the Vegas locals, and I haven't really gone to like a normal local in a while, but
yeah,
I might record one or do one super late tomorrow. Tomorrow's box should be, if I'm not mistaken, Capcom Platinum. And so that one's a really weird set. It's got a lot of reprints. It's got a few unique cards, and all the packs are weird, so that's a weird one. But there's a lot of cool characters that are present in Platinum too. So I appreciate you playing some games with me from Blood Omen and from Street Fighter characters. I really dig like the traveling through the past and stuff. So if you want to leave a link to your YouTube on the Twitch or on the YouTube, go for it, because you're making some really cool retro content, and it's the kind of content I think new players who want to dip their toes into retro could really use.
yeah. I've definitely found that like retro is not as scary as like people make. Like just to be able to just like dip your toes in and play, like even if
Right.
it's just like a primarily standard character, um, yeah, you can just grab the cards and play. I
Yeah,
am
it's
grabbing my wins
still,
right now.
as Kevin Broberg would say, we're still playing with attacks, we're still playing with foundations, although some of us less than others, but we're still making control checks and using zones and blocking. So like it's the same game.
See here, I need
All right.
mine.
Anyhow, I'm gonna say goodnight for now. Thank you again for joining me, my dude. I will catch you
Yeah,
soon. And then, are you playing in the Retro Wednesday Webcam Weekly?
I am. My goal is to stream that as well, but I'm having
Sick.
issues getting my Discord to pop up in OBS. I'm sure it's a
Oh.
me problem. So,
So are you opening? Which one are you opening first?
well, OBS is already open, and then I open Discord. Like, so the issue is when I pull up my window, I see it in the preview, but then like when I have it on the main screen for recording, uh, none of the video shows up there. The video shows up in the preview, but it doesn't show up on the main screen.
So it shows up in the preview on Discord, but not to your opponent on Discord.
No, it doesn't show up like so on the you have the main screen up and like you can see like your face cam and stuff like that.
Yeah, on
So I
Discord.
will see the window of Discord, but it'll be blank. But then when I go back to check the source, the
Preview
video
works.
feed, yeah, the preview works, but when I go to the
Are you?
main screen,
So the way that I had to solve it was I had to go to I had to open Discord, have the preview
mhm,
open first, and then open OBS. So OBS isn't using the camera, so Discord can use the camera, and then you capture the window on on OBS, not the camera.
okay,
You know what? We'll troubleshoot it Wednesday. If
okay,
we don't talk before then, I can help you troubleshoot it, because I do the same bullshit. I got my own webcam set up. If you saw me playing in the last webcam championship where I got the 2 cameras or whatever,
yeah,
so I'm a little familiar. This has happened to me
gotcha.
a couple of times, so we'll get it all sorted out. But anyways, I gotta wrap this up.
Alrighty, man. Yeah, thanks for having me on stream. I had a blast getting
All
play some
right,
retro.
I'll catch you around.
See ya.
All right, guys, don't forget, check out the Wednesday Webcam Weekly. Go subscribe to Malmoli, and hopefully he puts the link on the Discord, because this VOD, all 6 hours of it's going to be on YouTube. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you.